Right now, again, Cameron Irwin and Morgan Evans. We have Emily Ackerman and Wesley Burrows taking on Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. One of the partnerships that did remain the same from the year previous. We know all about Lucy Kovalova and that dangerous backhand as well as the quick hand speed of Matt Wright. But on the other side, we've got some former tennis players making the switch.
Yes, former pro tennis player Wesley Burrows has partnered up with Emily Ackerman. She is now inducted into the Major League Pickleball family, and we're excited to see her from Thousand Oaks, California, 23 years old.
And straight out the gate, Emily Ackerman's getting them on the board. She's on the far side. Now your server, near side. Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. And starting off with some drives on the side of Emily Ackerman and Wesley Burrows.
Yeah, I believe that they know their best chance here is going to be firm drives from her and Wesley Burrows crashing in just like he did there.
Emily looking for that forehand volley, just missing on her timing. You can already see Wesley starting to creep well beyond the middle. Lucy Kovalova playing that right side with Matt Wright. Right now, the lady's going to play straight up.
That's a good sign from Matt Wright early on. He prides himself on his hand speed. He's one of the best out there.
Score is 4-1. Make it 5-1. So a quick start for Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright.
It might already be timeout territory, I'd say.
Just missing, but I did like in the middle of that, Wesley Burrows protecting that right hip.
6-1-1.
Matt Wright has such a good forehand flick attack. It's very difficult to know where he's going with that.
Point. Timeout receivers, 7-1-1.
And quickly the lead changes to 7-1 in about a, 4 to 5 minute span or less than. So Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright, they're dangerous for so many reasons. Can you maybe pinpoint 2 or 3?
Well, I think a big part of it is how well they know each other's games. They have almost exclusively only ever played together. Very rarely do you see them partner with anyone else. That makes the kind of synergy they bring to the court an absolute dynamo. It's really quite amazing how well Matt moves into position. As soon as he registers that Lucy is about to make an attacking move, he will be there ready and clamping with that big forehand. It's really a pleasure to watch when they're doing it as well as they can.
Well, right now they're playing some very efficient pickleball. The points are short to this point. Back out of the timeout. 7-1 is the lead for Wright and Kovalova.
Second serve.
That's a rare miss for Mr. Wright.
Also a former tennis player.
Yeah, Division I college.
Left foot.
And a foot fault called on Mr. Burrows.
8-1-2. Point.
Well, fair to say they haven't quite found a rhythm just yet.
Things are getting out of hand very quickly here. 9-1.
9-1-2.
Lucy really reaching for that one. You could tell from her posture.
Yeah, it looked like the ball just didn't quite arrive where she had hoped.
Point.
And a return error from Mr. Wright. So,
9-1.
a consolation point at least.
Lucy doing a beautiful job slapping that back. Nice counter.
I think every man on tour knows to be very cautious about attacking her. Two-handed backhand especially is lethal.
Trying to get a little more settled on championship court. Emily Ackerman out of Cal Poly.
9-1.
Oaks Christian High School. Looking for the
Second
Ernie,
serve.
but creates plenty of space and opportunity for Wesley Burrows.
Yeah, it was a good move. I liked
9-2.
the backhand flick. Burrows just happened to be ready and waiting. Oh, that was a great move from Burrows. He traversed that kitchen line so quickly and read Lucy Kovalova's
2-1.
intention.
Isolating Emily Ackerman
Second
pretty
serve.
heavily there. You saw Lucy Kovalova move her
Yeah.
from the interior to the exterior.
I do like the technique, though, of
2-2.
Ackerman. Her ability and her compact nature around that cross-court forehand dink. It looks tried and true.
Getting an extra piece of that one is Matt Wright. Watch your heads.
He got every piece of it and then some.
3-2.
I mean, that had to be absolute perfect contact if you're coming in swinging off a swing, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's a difficult thing to do. I generally don't like to
9-3-1.
promote big swings off big swings.
Point.
And a missed return. You can see Burrows just a little frustrated with himself trying to find the depth there.
10-3-1.
10-3 is game point. The cross
Second
court
serve.
speed up and then gets a little net love.
Well, we'll just give him that for now. At 10-3, you know,
10-3-2.
you can have that one. Maybe one more as well.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, and it looked like Burrows and Ackerman electing not to try and unwind the stack,
3-10-1.
keeping Ackerman in front of Kovalova.
Second serve.
It looked fantastic.
She looks like she's got a pretty nasty two-hand backhand. I like that roll that she had
Yeah.
on the left side earlier.
3-10-2.
Tennis player.
You know, she's got some weapons. There it is again.
Point.
That is a big forehand from Wesley Burrows, just tagging the hip of
4-10-2.
Kovalova.
They get another point on the board. Finding a little more rhythm now. Wesley looking right into the sun, but still finds the ball.
Yeah, there are some that say he's too nice for mixed. If you ever talk to Wes Burrows, you'll know what I mean. He's just the nicest guy. Well bearded as well. I'm very impressed. That's going to help his mixed game.
I think he finds the line. No?
Point.
There it is.
Side out. Thank
Okay,
you.
they did.
Oh, they're
No.
going to say side out. It's close.
Tough to see from this
10-5-1.
angle.
Back-to-back blocks for Ackerman.
Well, she defended herself well
Second
there, didn't
serve.
she? And it's not easy, someone like Matt Wright coming at you with that flick forehand. But she
10-5-2.
was pretty cool under pressure.
Got that second one cross court too. This time Ackerman's getting a shot at the overhead.
Side out.
Chicken wing.
Yeah, very nice Burrows. He held it long enough. And I think he had Matt Wright guessing down the line. He looked very backhand ready.
5-10-1.
Able to catch him on that right side.
Point.
A missed return from Kovalova now.
So this has all the hallmarks
6-10-1.
of a good-looking comeback. I don't want to jinx it, but
Ooh, that was nasty from Lucy.
yeah, she really gets that shoulder locked out and puts so much leverage into those big, high
6-10-2.
forehands.
Especially from that arm angle too. That's nasty. Nice recovery there for Ackerman off the net.
a foot fault, I believe, is called on Matt Wright, the push-off. So difficult to know when you're going to be stepping in to push off to get back to an overhead. Referees are very good at catching it these days.
Side out.
Oh, and Burrows can't believe it.
I think that's the second time we've seen him in the slightly fetal position.
Yes.
The standing fetal.
Yep.
Sorry, Wes.
A new posture in pickleball, the standing fetal. You heard it here, folks.
Back to straight up with the women. And Matt Wright immediately goes for that speed up right to the right side of Emily Ackerman. So game one going to Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright. So much excitement coming into the 2023 season. We talked about some new partnerships in the mixed game, but also so many new paddles. The technology in this game just continues to increase each and every year. Matt and Lucy now sporting some new Onyx paddles.
Game two,
Fiber Onyx paddles.
0-0-2.
So they're not the only ones. We saw Ben Johns with a new paddle, as well as Zane Navratil. There's paddles everywhere.
Side out.
Oh, and a good-looking cross-court dink taken out of the air.
0-0-1.
So first game going to Matt and Lucy, but getting a little more comfortable now
Point.
are Emily Ackerman and Wesley Burrows.
I think we will see
1-0-1.
Matt Wright taking a lot of chances when Ackerman is in front of her.
Point.
And plenty of pressure there from Wesley Burrows up the middle, maybe forcing that ball wide.
He's fast, he's
2-0-1.
long, he can really cover the court well.
Nice reset there from Emily Ackerman.
Second serve.
It's a little bit of pressure. She knows that Lucy Kovalova is one of the best
2-0-2.
cross-court dinkers in the game. And to compete with her is no small order.
Point.
Great job resetting the ball, getting it low to the paddle of Mr. Wright.
3-0-2.
3-0-2, a good start for Burrows and Ackerman. Just as soon as they missed there.
We're not going to blame you for that one, don't
No.
worry.
0-3-1.
Second call for Don Beer for 24. Don Beer for 24.
I like how you can see just how forward the posture of Matt Wright is, reaching in for some of those backhand volleys.
Yeah, he knows that his major advantage is that reach into the kitchen and the power he has at full stretch.
Point.
Good hand speed, however, goes the way of Kovalova and Wright.
2-3-1. Point.
Trying to reset towards that middle, and Matt's just going to go right at you.
Yeah, he is unafraid and knows that Ackerman is the new kid on the block.
And a good leave right there as Ackerman looks to attack.
Second serve.
Yeah, certainly an underrated skill, really, the art of the leave.
The second lob we've seen from Ackerman over the top of Matt Wright. He's handled both well.
Yeah, he is 6'3".
4-3-2.
Tough to do.
Not that easy.
But to her credit is going to the backhand side.
Side
It's a
out.
little more challenging of a ball to grab.
And I believe she does trust the hands of Burrows to be able to
3-4-1.
clamp the middle and help handle whatever kind of overhead comes his way.
Nice shot from Ackerman.
Yeah, she's proving herself to have the kind of pace to play at this highest level.
Second serve.
They're definitely looking for the shake and bake, aren't they? Time she drops.
Side
Oh,
out.
and that's tough. She slid and actually do her forehand side there. That was just a nice shot from Matt Wright.
I would love to see her give herself a little bit more of a buffer back from the kitchen line. I think a lot of players, when they start out especially, they feel like they need to be glued to that line to maximize their opportunities. But when you have someone like Matt Wright, as dangerous as he is, give yourself some space, because he's not just powerful and long, he's also quite deceptive with his attacks. And if she drops back a couple of feet, I think she'll have a really good chance to, at the very least, reset.
Ernie from Burrows, but how about that forehand? Ackerman. And to your point, especially in mixed as well, just giving a little bit more space from that kitchen line allows for your partner to step in a little bit more comfortably. Oh, the hands of Wes Burrows on full display, but you gotta watch out for that weapon. Lucy Kovalova with that backhand.
That was so quick.
4-4-2.
Yeah, I am seeing a noticeable increase in the ball speed from Kovalova and Wright.
Something to do with those paddles? There's a nice shot.
Side out.
Yeah, I don't know. They've probably been in the gym as well, but their paddles are certainly helping out.
Nancy Patterson becomes a red back.
Second
You
serve.
see Ackerman a little further back on that one. Gave her time not just to reset, but to able to lock and load and return fire.
Side out.
Beautiful work there from Burrows. Getting the ball low to Kovalova.
4-4-1. Second
Net
serve.
love for Lucy Kovalova.
4-4-2.
Score remains 4-4.
Side out.
The net is not much in their favor. I
Nope.
think they're owed one or two, I think.
4-4 on the side out. And Lucy says, thank you very much.
Yeah, that is perfect. She would love one more of those.
And that's the danger when you're trying to get that ball all the way to Lucy on that forehand side. A little too much on there. Nice step back and rip from Ackerman.
Yeah, she's clearly got great technical strokes.
4-4-2.
I think she will be a real force to be reckoned with in the game.
That's the second time we've seen that play. Nice job from Ackerman staying steady, though. Find the forehand.
Let's see if she serves wide and allows some opportunity to get Burrows to drive this third.
Second serve.
It's such an effective play when you know a team is going to be unwinding the stack. This extra room for them to have to move into position can often lead to a chance to drive the third.
Side out.
Kovalova says, not today.
5-4-1.
5-4, right, and Kovalova. The third lob perfectly placed.
Third time's a charm.
Oh man, I missed the opportunity. I left it for you.
5-4-2.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Tossing you softballs over here.
Side out.
That was a little risky.
Very risky.
Whew, that made me nervous.
The jitters, I think, on the paddle of Wes Burrows as an oncoming Matt
4-5-1.
Wright. And got away with that one.
He's in his breadbasket.
Second serve.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think they walked away thinking the point was finished.
I heard something about we don't want that point anyways. So I don't know.
Well, a great rip there from Ackerman.
5-5-2. Point.
Backhand drive. She's showing she's got pace on both sides right now. 6-5.
Yeah,
Six,
and what an
5-2.
asset for a mixed doubles team to have the female player be able to rip off both wings.
Yeah, and of course, as I say that, she misses just in the top of the net.
It's in the budget.
It is in the budget, especially right now. They had the serve,
5-6-1.
now up by 1. Oh, and West doing a nice job moving right to left on the court coverage, but missing that final shot.
Yeah, Kovalova is so good at leaving balls. She knows her position on the court almost down to an inch when she plays with Matt Wright, and she knows exactly which ones are to her forehand and what's going out.
Nice job by Matt right there. That was quite an extended speed up, but he's still able to get the next block
7-6-1.
on his body. Beautifully done.
Point.
Matt Wright is
That's
he's
dope.
not that attackable.
Servers, 8-6.
Nope.
She wants to try her luck and see just how dangerous he is, and well, this is a good lesson.
So a timeout taken, Ackerman and Burrows now trailing by 2. Just 2 points of separation here in game number 2. Kovalova and Wright on top over Ackerman and Burrows, but this one has been close through and through. Only 2 points difference has been the largest
Time in.
game number 2.
8-6-1.
A late surge by Kovalova and Wright have got them into this position to be able to take the match with a game 2 win. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans.
Point.
Ackerman just left that ball up a little high. Burrows perhaps getting a little too far over.
9-6-1. Second serve.
There's one for Wes.
Yeah, he's going to try to dwell on that. I think he's got to focus on the chance that he can
9-6-2.
beat potentially Matt Wright in a couple of hand speed exchanges if he chooses his battles.
Still looking for one more for a side out, and there it is.
I think we can see Ackerman there at least a foot, maybe 2 feet off the line. So I think she's learning where's a good position for her to be in when Wright is in front.
But that was a 4-point run for Matt and Lucy.
7-9-1.
Great return and an even better third.
Yeah.
Driving that ball to the baseline.
And the reason it works so well, what you can't see here is the ball prior to that caused confusion, a paddle clash. On that occasion, they both just left the ball completely.
A little miscommunication there in the middle.
Second serve.
I'm impressed that Wes read the attack, though, and he was there. He was looking to defend his partner. Matt Wright has had good success attacking Ackerman, so Burrows looking to get his forehand involved.
Second now, and that's such a bummer if you're Ackerman and Burrows. They put themselves in a good position. Still got 2 back. Now looking for a hold. Beautiful combo from Lucy.
Point.
Oh,
And
Burrows
then on the
looked-
other side,
That looks so good. The agility for him to get that one behind his back.
10-8-1.
Difficult stuff.
match ball for Kovalova and Wright. And he was off balance before that ball ever got to him. What a bummer, 11-8. So Kovalova and Wright, big congrats to those two. A hard-fought game number 2. You got to feel pretty good about that in terms of finding some momentum for the rest of the day.
Yeah, certainly. They will go forward into the bracket. They will play the winner of Etta Wright and Spencer Smith versus Callan Dawson and Sierra Caton Lynch.
We'll be back with more. Another match on championship court. We now focus in on championship court. Alec Weller and Raina Ash versus Ben Johns and Annalie Waters. So this is your welcome, right? You get through the qualifier and then you get the #1 seed. Welcome to the big show.
The main event. Let's see how they react to the
Game
pressure
one, time
in front of the bright
0-0-2.
lights of center court.
Point.
Annalie Waters right out the gate.
Doing what she does best. Rip it and rip it.
1-0-2. Side out. 0-1-1.
Raina Ash, lefty.
Second serve.
Ben Johns, that patented backhand flick attack. It's just deadly.
And just like that, the ball's gone. two rallies in and we're already in trouble.
Yeah, if he managed to crack that with a backhand flick volley, that's someone check the paddle.
0-1-2.
Just jokes. We don't want to start another paddle game.
Do not go there. Might make for some good TV though. Nice combo, good defense from Weller.
Side out.
Classic Annalie Waters style right there. Speed up and close with that backhand.
0-1. Point.
So far, Annalie Waters driving cross court straight to Ash.
2-0-1.
Yeah, she did suffer a little bit of a strain. It sounded like it was a glute strain yesterday, but it didn't stop her with her normal singles domination.
Point.
She'll be in the finals come Sunday.
3-0-1.
Up against Leah Jansen.
And on the men's side will be Ben Johns,
Point.
Federico Staksrud.
That'll be good. Staksrud, when he's on, my
4-0-1.
goodness, that man is talented.
I believe he's what, the 7th seed?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Pretty impressive performance from him. Beautiful play from Ben Johns right there from the backhand two-y, which is a newer thing for him, right? Being able to roll that ball over with two
Yeah.
hands versus
5-0-1.
one. Right there, there's the shot.
And squashed that right out in front. He was, I think he was protecting the money maker.
Oh, come on, Annalie, that's just mean. She's smirking, speeds that up, or excuse me, drives that cross court and just right up the line with plenty of room.
Yeah, it's a great way to teach the male player on the other side that you don't get to be that far over, because I'm going to keep you honest down the line.
Point.
That is the kind of pressure that the best players in the world will put on you. You feel like you have to be absolutely
8-0-1.
inch perfect to have a chance to win points.
Second serve.
Well, hopefully that will serve as a good reminder for
8-0-2.
Weller that even the best make mistakes. A missed serve there from Johns.
Side out.
So 8-0, but they get the ball
0-8-1.
back now. Shot to get on the board. You got to imagine the nerves are a little bit high on championship court facing Johns and Waters.
Second serve. Zero 8-2.
He's got a big serve, doesn't he?
Side out.
She was sitting there. She was ready for it, but it was, I think, him taking a little bit of the pace off, actually. Missed timing on the counter.
Point.
Even for Waters, this is aggressive play.
Yes. She's putting on a show right now. She goes, until you can stop me, I'm just going to keep going for it.
Yeah, why not?
I know.
Point.
A lot of pressure when Johns is moving that quickly across the kitchen line.
10-0-1.
That was Riley Newman-esque, I
That
would
was
say.
very Riley Newman-esque. Pulling the paddle all the way up to his left shoulder, dropping it back down. And a nice little roll to finish out game number 1. There's a look at the final point. Very well done, Ben Johns and Anna-Leigh Waters finding a pickle in game number 1. So Raina Ash and Alec Weller dropped game number 1 in a bit of a pickle, but they did have a fantastic way through the qualifier as they now face Ben Johns and Anna-Leigh Waters. One of the matches is they faced off against Goldberg and Devides, and incredible, finishing 13-11 in that 3rd game. Turn themselves the victory.
Yeah, so they certainly earned their spot here. It is their first appearance at the professional level.
I mean, that's a solid team. And Salome and Johnny.
Johnny Goldberg. So missed serve from Anna-Leigh. Gets the ball over to Johns.
Point.
So they're on the board early on. A lot of pressure.
1-0-2. Point.
Great job there from Johns getting the ball down so quickly.
So 2-0, Ben Johns and Anna-Leigh Waters.
2-0-2.
Now on the far side of your screen. Ernie from Weller, covered by the southpaw, his partner.
Yeah, nice work there. He really kept his balance, got plenty of power, so they get the ball back.
Beautiful effort, but there's the elation from Raina Ash. They're on the board, I think.
Yeah.
There it is. I was waiting for it to chime up on the screen.
Yeah, that's a moment they'll never forget.
Second serve.
I love that. Small victories, right? You got to start with small victories.
Yeah. You never know. Could be the start of something big.
Nice job in transition from Ash. She goes right at Ben.
That was a well-constructed point. Good patience. Some nice cross-court dinks.
2-1-1.
Oh,
Point.
not quite sure what happened on that one.
3-1-1.
Score 3-1. Make it 4.
Yeah, she is really finding her range with that two-handed backhand so quickly.
4-1-1.
Shake and bake from Waters and Johns.
You can always tell the players that have really been putting in the work in the off-season.
5-1-1.
Anna-Leigh Waters, Ben Johns, they are not the kind of players to rest on their laurels. They are working hard, improving their game. They know a target is on their backs.
And then they've even worked now with the straight up play. Anna-Leigh Waters on the left. I'm not sure what that move is, Anna-Leigh. I'll have to ask her.
It looks like she's having fun. That's the important thing.
If you're not having fun, you're doing something wrong, Pickle.
Second serve.
It's really hard to not have fun.
Near impossible. I don't think anyone's ever done that. And I'm a firm believer that a happy play is a dangerous player. Yeah, you get to play loose, really enjoy your strokes, feel relaxed.
That time comes with time and experience, especially at this level. You got to imagine with the nerves too. As much as you're having fun, you're still trying to just settle yourself into the game.
Yeah, look, and I think Weller and Ash realize the chances of them winning this one, well, there's two, really, slim and none. However, they can learn something from this match, for sure. And what they're learning is how far they've got to go.
Oh, the backhand flick from Anna Lee.
Was that single hand?
That was one hand. She's pulling out some new stuff.
Yeah. She spent a lot of time around Mr. Johns, hasn't she?
And there's her traditional two.
Yeah, probably should go back to the one. that was a dream.
272.
I'm hearing Anna Bright's got a new one-handed flick. Can't wait to see that one pop up in a game.
Yeah, very excited to see her teaming up with Dylan Fraser today.
I just keep waiting for Anna Lee to pull it out again. That's all I want to see now. Come on now.
721.
Man, the motion of that third shot from Ben Johns, that's like sliding sideways.
Yeah, he does a great job of drawing the other male player, typically on the left, closer to the center, anticipating they're going to go after the female player.
And then you see the opposing right there. He slides all the way over, then rolls that ball over the top and has the opposite direction. It's beautifully done, 9-2 now.
Oh, you got plenty of meat on it. He's a strong young man, no doubt about it. Great tennis strokes.
There's one, backside, Ben Johns.
That is a fantastic shot.
10-2-2.
Yeah, John's just looking for the middle ball.
There it
She's
is.
done it again.
And with the finisher, she rolls that one up the line with the backhand flick. Look at her. Ben Johns is even giving her props right there, saying, yeah, you see that. Putting everybody on notice. Annalee's got one. Here's a look at the final.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Beautiful. From that left tip to the right shoulder. Ben Johns and Anna Lee Waters, their first round match is in the books. 11-0 and 11-2.
The topspin on that forehand drive.
Oh, Sheehan is on, working on her game as we get settled and started on championship court. Thomas Wilson, Vivian David, Jay DeVilliers, and Callie Smith. Callie Jo Smith, to be exact.
Callie Jo.
I asked her, I said, what do you want to be preferred as? She said, let's go with Callie Jo. I said, you bet.
All right.
Whatever you want.
Second serve.
Jay DeVilliers with his patented backhand power.
0-2.
Such a beautiful shot.
Point.
That one's on me.
You're going to start keeping score.
1-0-2.
I should, yeah.
Side out.
Wow.
Wow, did wonderfully well, didn't he?
What in the world?
Yeah, players reacting to the net cords. That skill in itself has gotten better and better. It's something we never really talk about, but it's difficult.
Well, and I mean, how do you even train that? You don't. Nice reach in from Callie Jo Smith.
I wonder if you can set up a ball machine to the exact location where it's going to catch the net and pop over.
Only you would do that.
Maybe I will.
I like it.
I could get that lobster sponsorship that I've been looking for.
Great counter. Thomas Wilson came screaming onto the scene when he started playing pickleball. As you take a look back at the point.
2-1.
Cousin of AJ Kohler. He is missing from this tournament. We miss you, AJ. We hope you're well wherever you are.
Second serve.
That is a lethal overhead.
You got no shot bringing that one back.
2-1-2.
2-1. Smith and DeVilliers.
Side
Oh,
out.
and he caught her on the right side.
Yeah, I think there is going to be some growing pains for DeVilliers and Smith, traditionally not played together. DeVilliers has spent the last couple of years playing with Jesse Irvin, who is in this tournament, partnering up with Riley Newman. It's a pretty good partner switch, isn't it?
Definitely.
1, 2, 2. Side out.
Fantastic leave. There's so much topspin on that. That's hard to kind of find
Yeah.
your court awareness in terms of the depth there with that much topspin.
Yeah, I think Thomas Wilson has as much, if not more, than anyone else in the game in terms of shape on that forehand drive.
Second serve.
And here, Vivian David
1, 2.
does a fantastic job in terms of her energy output, we'll call it. And specifically positive energy.
Yeah,
Always smiling on the court.
She really is. Reminds me a lot of Corinne Carr. Just
Yes.
constantly happy, smiling, bouncing around.
I've seen them play together. They're fun to watch. Call them the smiling assassins. Just so deadly.
Second serve. 1, 2, 2.
Oh man, but I love that backhand right there in the transition zone. You can just see how locked in she is to be able to drop that ball.
Yeah, and it looked like David was still moving through the transition area. And took a chance against the big man.
Point.
So compact.
Yeah, that's aggressive work. I think De Villiers is really going to enjoy those kinds of shot selections from Callie Jo Smith.
Yeah, it's going to be able. It's going to allow him to be a little more aggressive poaching, right? Am I wrong on that regard?
No, I believe when I think a good male mixed player can feed off chaos much more than well-controlled dinks.
Some aggressive play from Vivian David right there. You gotta love that. And I believe it is also match point out on court number 2.
They've just called a timeout.
Grechkina,
1, 2.
as well as De La Rosa. Oh, I actually may be wrong. I'm hearing it's the opposite direction. So Alshon and Dijon actually doing a nice job. They
Yeah.
found themselves at match point after a massive comeback. We'll be sure to check in on that one.
We'll keep you abreast of that information.
And it's true, it's 10-8.
Second serve.
And Smith, with so much length, able to create plenty of power at full stretch. Quite a lot like Jesse Irvin, De Villiers' former partner.
Now you're seeing the 2 box. So it's match ball out there.
Side out.
Do you remember when TVs just weren't big enough to even have a chance at this?
Yeah,
It's
imagine
wonderful
watching that
we
on
can
your
do.
screen.
Yeah,
your cell phone
yes,
screen.
exactly.
But how awesome is this? You can see 2 courts at once. Good job by the PPA to get this rolling.
Spoiled for choice.
Wow, things happening on championship court right now. Some fantastic play.
Yeah, De Villiers, when that ball gets high to his backhand, he's so consistent because he uses primarily the shoulder to get his power. It's not so much of a wrist flick, and that helps him find the middle of the paddle more often than not.
So they're going to take a few seconds now on championship court, but court 2 action is still going on. 10-8 again is the score. Dizan and Alshon. Second serve for Grechkina and De La Rosa.
Yeah, they were down 7-1 in this game.
Oh, that's wicked from Grechkina.
The hands of Dizan.
Somehow she gets that back. Good defense from Dizan. That's the second time we've seen her with that short hop. What a play, and there's clearly some conversation from Alshon, which they won the ball, so you just got to move on. You got the ball back.
Be happy. You've got a chance to win the match. Now they'll figure out where they're supposed to be.
And even Megan right there, just trying to calm him down a little bit. You can see just walking over in front of him, slowing things down. That's why you got to left partners. Match ball and the comeback. What an incredible play.
Yeah, amazing work. Great comeback in game 3 from Alshon and Dizon.
Clearly a few extra words at the end of that match. Whew.
Heat.
Full focus on championship court now.
Second serve.
Love that deception middle from Callie Jo, but even better from Vivian David.
Yeah, she's one of the few players that really owns that shot. Jessie Irvin is one, as well as Catherine Parenzo. And it's fantastic to see Vivian David being able to really explore those opportunities.
Point.
Took quite a bit of pace off that ding, did Smith.
7-1-2.
Ooh, caught him.
Yeah, great trigger ball there from David. Either she got lucky or she read that he was going to attempt the Ernie. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
Second serve.
So de Villiers and Smith with a substantial lead.
1-7-2.
1-7.
Point.
Make it 2-7.
Yeah, that's the shape we talked about earlier on from Thomas Wilson. That forehand, it's so deadly because it's dipping when it reaches the net.
David in the middle. Oh, what incredible play on both sides.
What does it take for them to win a point? They played brilliantly.
Oh,
The Flying Frenchman was up to the task. No.
wow. Jay de Villiers coming back in after the Ernie.
Yeah, he is a human highlight reel.
2-1.
Gonna keep Jay back. Wilson defends the ATP.
This is phenomenal. Mixed doubles. My goodness.
I mean, what's wild is the score right now is there's a pretty significant margin, but take a look back at this rally. Just spectacular play on both sides of the net.
Yeah, the score does not reflect the level here.
No.
David and Wilson playing some fantastic pickleball.
And the score is actually 9-2, just as a heads up, make it 10-2.
10-2-1.
Score is 10-2, which means game point.
Second serve.
That is a 10-2 kind of backhand, I think.
You might as well rip
Everything
it.
into it.
Especially when it's first serve.
Yeah, if it catches the net, it works.
And looking to fly in is Thomas Wilson, but game number 1 goes the direction of de Villiers and Smith, showing their chops in some of those firefights, doing a great job.
Yeah, this certainly looks like a new partnership to watch out for. Wow.
I'm really impressed with their movement and rhythm together. 11-2, just incredible play from Smith and de Villiers. So game 1 going to Smith and de Villiers here on championship court. This is a second round match for both of these teams, having picked up a first round win. David and Wilson took down Schneeman and Hewitt. That's Lacey Schneeman and Rafa Hewitt. And Smith and de Villiers took down French
Game 2, time in. 0-0-2.
Erokina.
and Erokina. Thank you for the pronunciation.
Side out.
And David just unable to get that one back, but she looks so good in defense.
0-0-1.
So we mentioned both these teams playing incredibly well. Is it just a level of execution from game 1 to game 2 that David and Wilson are going to look for, or just maybe some of those longer points going their direction?
Yeah, look, I think when the hand speed exchanges come in, De Villiers and Smith just have the upper hand when it gets to that 4th, 5th kind of ball. Reflexes and ability to reset tough shots. That's the difference maker right now.
Point.
Callie Jo Smith proving she's got that inside-out disguised forehand volley as well.
1-0-2. Side out.
And reaching for that cross-court speed up is Vivian David. Now, where is she wanting to aim? Is it cross body of Callie Jo, or is it more that backhand side with a player like Callie?
0-1-1.
That's a very good question. I think you first have to try to get her into the middle of the court to be able to expose some of the backhand side. The difficulty is Jay De Villiers is there waiting.
Speaking of Jay De Villiers waiting, there he is again.
Yeah, to expose a female player in mixed, you have to get the guy off the court. You've got to push him around so that he's not able to really help clamp in the middle. And then you've got to get a little bit lucky as well when you're up against someone like Callie Jo.
Some communication now from the baseline between De Villiers and Smith.
Second serve.
It's a little ambitious, I think. That's something, it's the kind of shot that Ben Johns likes to make look easy. However, it is anything but.
1-0-2.
No, that's a great call. That was very Ben Johns looking. That was all firepower all the time. Vivian David sliding to her right side and closing out the firefight.
Look at that, beautiful work.
Okay, so you mentioned the shape from Thomas Wilson, and I've been waiting to ask the question. Maybe after this next rally you can answer. So what's creating the shape? Is it the paddle angle? Is it his grip? Is it his follow through? I mean, specifically for him, where does the shape come from after this point? As he closes there overhead.
Perfect little scorpion there. Yeah, a lot of it's how quickly he gets the paddle down into that kind of 6 o'clock slot, well underneath the contact point, and then it relies on massive amounts of wrist roll for him to be able to get up and over the ball in such short order. So I think when you combine that with powerful paddles that have plenty of topspin, he's able to really treat it like a tennis racket, and he is a fantastic tennis player.
Just giving you some of the details at the highest level here. Morgan Evans doing a nice job breaking it down for you.
4-1-1.
Score is 4-1-1, so David and Wilson steady in game 2. The hop flip from Wilson. A little bit of drop volley. Finding the line and defended again. Whipped. And the two-way up the middle. Vivian David's given the double chest bump to her partner.
That is the point of the tournament so far for me. And a deceptive two-handed attack from Wilson, threading through the middle. Beautiful play.
And with that, yeah, you want to slow the momentum if you're Smith and De Villiers. Fantastic from David and Wilson. Welcome back to Championship Court. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. Vivian David right now showing her moves off alongside Thomas Wilson as they have the lead now in game 2 over Callie Jo Smith and Jay DeVilliers. They are up 5-1.
Yeah, that's a big reason why the kind of firepower that David has been bringing to the table in game 2, couple that with her natural defensive capabilities, and that's right back into it.
There's that depth you were talking about for Vivian David, how low she can get. Maybe obviously not at the kitchen line, but in the transition zone there.
Shout out to the referees, Eric Bredlow, and backed up by Don Stanley.
Oh, looking for what you called is the intercept.
I do prefer intercept over poach.
Yeah, I know.
It just has a better connotation.
I like it. Get in there, poach that ball. Vivian trying to take her chances there with the speed up the line.
She's had some real success in recent times, so I think naturally she's going to see how far she can push her luck.
1-7-1.
And there's the opposite side, right? She had the speed up the line, and then she finds the right shoulder, the chicken wing of Jay DeVilliers.
She has deception with how many balls she can reach, and it's because she's getting so low.
They were both there.
Feels like the first ball Callie Jo Smith's hit in a little while.
They definitely have been going a little bit more after DeVilliers.
Yeah, DeVilliers has certainly been having to earn his money in this one.
Side out.
I think for David and Thomas, targeting Smith in the transition area is going to be a big part of what helps them in this match. Trusting, hopefully, that...
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. She's poaching, she's intercepting right there. I don't care what you call it. That is a thing of beauty, especially when it's coming from a girl. Come on now.
DeVilliers, he prides himself on his around-the-back shots, but I don't think he had any chance on that one.
Second serve.
The kick from David's not able to get over.
8-2-2. Side out.
That's a tough ball, cramped her up. Getting very close in on the forehand side.
2-8-1.
It's just got to be a touch volley right there. That's tough. You can't really put much spin or anything on it. Try and take it off. It's a nice sliding speed up from Jay DeVilliers.
Yeah, that's the kind of point that they would love to be able to orchestrate more often.
3-8-1.
So some work to do as they trail by 5. And DeVilliers starting to get himself into this. Getting a little more aggressive, Creighton on the left.
4-8-1.
And Callie's taking the first shot as well, so a surge from DeVilliers and Smith.
Yeah, they look like they are not willing to have a war of attrition up at the kitchen line.
No. And a great leave, even though she was ready to take that one.
Yeah, it's one of the other benefits of being able to get so low. Yeah, when the ball is flying above your head at that kind of speed, it's instinct to let that one go.
Side out.
It's a beautiful firm volley from Wilson.
I don't think that was where Jay was aiming for that drive.
Yeah, we'll have to
Are
Ask him
hoping to
later.
aim.
5-1. Second serve.
Yeah, I think at this stage in the game, playing that risky, I'm not sure it's quite worth it. I think I'd love to see them dropping the balls. They are doing very well when they're up at the kitchen line.
And they've switched on Smith and de Villiers. He defends the ATP from the left side. That's how far that one got around.
Yeah, I think Smith and de Villiers need to get this stack organized again.
9-5-2.
With them in these positions, it could be trouble. So wisely
Side out.
getting Jay de Villiers back on the left side where he's most comfortable.
5-9-1.
Flying in.
Second serve.
And that's the second time we've seen that from Thomas Wilson.
I think that ball was floating long as well. Unfortunately for Smith, it did catch her on the way through.
Side out.
Not sure what happened there in the middle from Callie Jo. She looked like she took a little sit
little
down
sit
in the
down.
middle.
So 2 points away from
9-5-1.
taking game 2.
Second serve.
A rare missed third from Vivian David.
9-5-2.
Put yourself in a good position. Give yourself a little margin. Covering the middle again, Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, if they're going to have to unwind the stack like they're doing on return of serve right now, I really think these returns need to be a little more lofted to
10-5-2.
buy themselves all the time they need to get into their new positions.
And right there's game number 2 for Wilson and David. So that means we're going 3. Things are knotted up at 1 apiece. Here's the final point. As Vivian David just rips that two-handed backhand. So we're going 3. A little bit of a game of story of 2 different games here on Championship Court. Welcome back to Championship Court. We're getting ready for game number 3 in this mixed doubles matchup. You can see next up, we've got Parento, McGuffin, Jansen, and Tardio. But for now, we still have to settle the score. David, Wilson, Smith, and de Villiers. Nice reset from Vivian David, who then pulls the trigger.
Yeah, she tried to leave that ball. Unfortunately, not quite in time.
But to your point, you mentioned earlier on about speeding up cross court. She was dinking middle, trying to pull Callie Jo Smith a little bit more middle before taking that shot cross body, but it's just that much better counter.
So we're seeing some wonderful shots from all 4 players. What we're not seeing is the one shot that has made an amazing surgence in 2022, and that is the lob. I really feel like Callie Jo Smith and Jay de Villiers are missing out on some opportunities. Vivian David is a wonderful athlete, amazing. She's not the tallest player out there. There is an option to get that ball up over her head and test if Thomas Wilson wants to fly through the air and try and pick that one up.
So what's some of the best ways or opportunities / times, this is a little convoluted there, in order to find that lob against Vivian David after this point?
Yeah, I think it's got to be coming from a cross-court dink exchange, but between her and Callie Smith, where Smith takes the ball out of the air. That is a ripe opportunity to get that ball up over the head and not have anyone realize it's happening too early.
So far, Smith and de Villiers, 4-0. As he comes back in after the ATP.
Timeout on my left. Scores 5-0.
So 5-0 is going to force the timeout on the side of David and Wilson. But while they're taking a break and grabbing a quick hydration break, we're going to check in on court number 2, where we have Riley Newman and Jesse Irvin versus Hayden Patrick Quinn and
Mary Brasher.
Mary Brasher.
Yeah.
Wondering
One
if-
of the-
No, that's Maggie Brasher. I
Maggie
think.
Brasher, sorry, yes. Sister of Mary, who owns probably the greatest shot ever hit.
Yep, that's Maggie out there. Speaking of lobs, there's one from Jessie.
Yeah, she's unafraid to play a lot of different shots. Fantastic in defense, obviously, and one of the steadiest dinkers you'll ever meet. Patrick Quinn, he has so much firepower. Young man, 16 years of age.
0-5-1.
As we focus back in now, championship court. We'll keep you updated as Riley Newman and Jesse Irvin are up 9-3 out on court 2.
Zero, 5-2.
Second serve for Wilson and David, and that's one way. You like to earn points that way. A little less work.
Yes, it always feels good when your opponent just gives you something to work with when you're on 0.
And that's a dangerous thing, right? Especially when you're unwinding the stack, is giving the opportunity for Thomas Wilson to drive the ball at you.
2-5-2.
It really is, because he has that much shape. He can catch a lot of people.
And yet they do it again, but nearly goes their direction on not the same pattern, but almost the opposite of that pattern.
Yeah, mixed doubles return selection is a bit of a conundrum.
Yeah.
Do you try to target the male player to avoid the firepower? To keep them back one extra ball. I'll just wait for this one to finish. A beautiful backhand from De Villiers to finish off that one. Yes, I'll just finish that thought. Or do you target the female player and have the man disconnect and be able to be up there early and often and really cause problems up at the kitchen line?
Definitely a bit of a conundrum. We'll be back after this change of ends. So out of the change of ends, the score is 6-2. De Villiers and Smith are on top. We saw a wild comeback out on court number 2 in mixed doubles. See if Thomas Wilson and his partner Vivian David can find some magic.
That is fast feet from Thomas Wilson. De Villiers certainly is the bigger man, but the agility of Wilson, full display there to intercept that ball, but not poach.
The tweener. Looking to reset back into this point now. Can they find their way to the kitchen? Drop shot, looking for the lob as David slides in, but what an incredible rally on both sides.
Yeah, De Villiers, one of the shots he's so well known for is that beautiful little drop volley. Just freezing the paddle, forcing the kind of distance. David did well to get to that one.
Found some open space.
Yeah, that's lovely inside-out work from Thomas Wilson.
That's a danger, I guess, of going with that forehand, right? Is he going to speed up the middle, or is he
sure.
going to go cross court?
In the previous point, I just want to point out, we did see a lob, and it came from Thomas Wilson. I think AJ may have texted him during the timeout.
Nice adjustment there from Wilson. It was real quick for him to get his hand to have that two-handed backhand.
That is a sexy two-hander. For me, I mean, it's gorgeous.
Couple nice balls from Vivian David, but that final A little bit more spin, that ball doesn't bounce up.
Yeah, I think Vivian David needs to start targeting the resets a little better. At the moment, she's just getting the ball back. Unfortunately, this match is going to require one step further. Get the ball back over, but send it cross-court.
Point.
It's a great point by you. 4-7.
4-7-2. Side out.
Well, there's so much shape on that ball, and I tell you, if it gets over, that is going to be a nightmare.
That's a
And
winner.
we
That's
talked-
tough.
Yeah, we talked a little bit during the break about where to return serves when we are trying to unwind those stacks. Down the line all day long.
Point.
A lot of pressure from Callie Smith there.
Earning it with the dinks.
8-4-1.
8-4.
Second serve.
That one lofted a bit too high off the paddle of Callie Jo Smith.
8-4-2.
David, she does that deceptive inside-out forehand volley, much like Jessie Irvin. So good.
Point.
Well, that was aggressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, interesting take right there, especially without serve.
Momentary lapse. We'll give her, a little bit of a break on that one. She is, of course, one of the greatest players on the planet, and physically just an absolute specimen.
Well, and you also have plenty of margin, so you might as well take your shots. You got room to work with.
Oh, what a drop from Vivian David, though. Yeah, I think the camera doesn't do justice just how quickly that ball fell out of the air and created a real bounce challenge.
Yeah, even Callie Jo Smith right there giving her a little applause with her paddle, saying that was clean, that was pretty.
Second serve.
Yeah, to do it and get it out of the wingspan of de Villiers, that's not easy.
5-8-2.
Score is 5-8.
Side out.
I am seeing an opening. There was a moment there where Vivian David moved very preemptively, anticipating the cross-court dink
8-5-1.
from Callie Smith. That left a lot of margin available for the middle attack. I'd love to see her expose that one.
Second serve for Smith and de Villiers.
8-5-2.
And instead, there's the deception again. Finding the line is Callie Jo Smith.
Yeah, and I love how she attacked, not with raw pace, but with deception. Look at that. You saw Thomas Wilson
Timeout,
floating the paddle
9-5-2.
out, anticipating forehand, but it went down the line. Beautiful work from Callie Jo Smith.
9-5, so David and Wilson. There's a look at that lob to tweener that you were talking about off of Thomas Wilson. It's a fantastic play right there. And we did see that utilized so much and more like experimented with in 2022. And it feels like these professionals have kind of found the nuances of when and how to be able to lob.
Well, I think you need a certain level of ambition and flamboyant kind of shot selections, and AJ Kohler is the kind of guy who can look at any third ball and think, now's the time to lob. Why not? Haven't done one since the middle of game one.
I was going to say 2 balls ago.
2 balls ago. But the amount of grip that we're getting on the balls these days, the amount of spin, is giving people much more margin to work with. And we Callie Jo Smith and de Villiers keeping warm.
I like that.
Yeah.
In the middle of a timeout, they're like, let's work on that hand speed. Why not? You see court 1 and court 2, championship court and court 2 out there. The score is 4-4 in game 2 after Riley Newman and Jessie Irvin picked up game 1 over Patrick Quinn and Brasha. And same thing yet again, trying to drop to the side of Thomas Wilson, yet he finds the Ernie.
He is a wonderful earner, no doubt about it. So fast,
5-9-1.
good flexibility as well.
And to your
Second
point
serve.
about resetting, she tried to find the cross court there, but just wide.
Yeah, just wide. But if that ball gets down, then we're going to see Thomas Wilson being able to
5-9-2.
get up there, disconnect, and cause some real stress on that paddle.
Vivian David comes flying in.
Yeah, I think she thought, well, Thomas, you may be able to take this one, but for safety's sake, let my two-handed backhand take care of business.
I'm in front of you. I'm
Yeah.
taking it.
6-9-2.
It's a thing of beauty.
Oh, wow. The fire on the side of David and Wilson as they win that one.
Unbelievable hand speed.
7-9-2.
Love the focus right there from Vivian David on that forehand, especially pulling that ball back down. There's the reset cross court. She finds it, and it pays dividends as she closes out in the middle.
Yeah, amazing work. And what we can see, if we catch another replay, is just how low she stays in that transition area. Even when she's moving, she'll be grabbing forward just slightly. As soon as she gets down there, I mean, look at that. This must be tough on the hips and the knees, but she's got what it takes to do it time and time again.
So a timeout is forced at the hand of Smith and de Villiers. Game 3 will close out after this. A late surge in game 3 for David and Wilson. As you see next up on championship court, Jansen, Tardio, Parento, and McGuffin for mixed doubles action, the Hyundai Masters, of course presented by Invited. This is the Carvana PPA Tour. Some defense, and that one, a little too much on it. Means it is 9-9. Fantastic comeback.
That area of the game for de Villiers, I think, has been the most improved. It's very impressive.
Wow, the switch and a missed dink. And it is now match ball for Vivian David and Thomas Wilson.
I think this would still count as an upset, even though it's a new team for Smith and de Villiers.
And they stick with the switch. And she finds, and Callie Jo takes matters into her own hands, speeds up cross court and finds the armpit of Thomas Wilson.
Nerves of steel that woman has. I tell ya. Abs and nerves of steel.
She just bodies him up. You gotta be kidding me.
9-10-1.
She gets the ball back. They've got some work to do.
Second serve.
Come on, Viv, is the call from Thomas Wilson.
Smith has just floated a couple of dinks. A little high. I think she's underestimating the
9-10-2.
kind of length that Vivian David has up at the kitchen line.
They need one here. Speaking of floating one up, that third floated up, but well defended. Hard to get your hands on that two-handed backhand to defend. So another match ball for Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. They'll get 2 shots at it now.
10-9-1.
And that spells trouble, but success for David and Wilson. They trailed 5-9 and had the full comeback in game number 3. They dropped the first game 2-11. Wow, they found something special against Callie Jo Smith and Jay de Villiers.
They really did. It's not like Smith and de Villiers played badly at all. They played very well. But Wilson and Smith found chemistry on the court. That's epic work. They will go forward to take on the winner of Wright and Kovalova versus Spencer Smith and Etta Wright. Oh, what a day is shaping up. Cameron Irwin.
I mean, we saw some upsets yesterday, but this one, it's just continuing on, I guess, into day 2. David and Wilson, Smith and de Villiers. A fantastic match going 3 games here on championship court. We'll have Tardio, Jansen, McGuffin, and Parento up next. It's time to focus in.
Point. Pardon me.
Tardio starting on the left.
102.
Takes an early shot and a nice bounce for Catherine Parento.
Point.
Quick strike from Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, Tardio is already using the kind of familiar movement patterns you see from very high-level mixed players, so I'm impressed with his opening few points.
Point.
Trying to go off the bounce is Leah Jansen.
Yeah, she's a naturally aggressive player, and
302.
when she's really on fire with it, it's very, very dangerous.
Side up. 031.
Nice drive up the line, and that ball somehow lands.
That looked like a mishit lob drive from Tardio, and somehow it finds the court, so they're on the board. That'll give him some confidence.
131.
A lob drive.
Yeah, the lob drive.
This is new.
It's very new. It's much like the lob drop.
Very elusive in the game of pickleball.
Second serve.
Second serve for Leah
132.
Jansen and Gabriel Tardio.
Point. Two, 3-2.
Well, Tardio really
Side
moved
out.
through that third shot drive so quickly that it was a bit more tricky than it needed to
3,
be.
2, 1.
I think if he can stay present over those thirds and just focus on clean contact, not worry so much about the fifth ball.
And she ends up with a little bit of a body bag on Tyson McGuffin. Nice shot from Leah Jansen.
Yeah, she'll feel very good about
3,
that
2,
one.
2.
They have been long-time training partners, so they're good friends off the court.
Four, 2, 2.
4-2-2 is your score. Parento and McGuffin on top. Beautiful work from McGuffin. And lays that one up perfectly for Leah Jansen.
Yeah, it looked like there was just a little bit of miscommunication on one of those middle balls and ended up with a high
2,
ball
4, 1.
towards the Jansen forehand, and good night it is.
Second serve.
Tardio still rushing through those third shot drives.
2,
Well,
4,
the
2.
risk versus reward, unfortunately, hasn't been in his favor.
Nice job pulling that back to the line from Catherine Parento.
Yeah, and good hand speed from McGuffin. Had to retract a bunch of balls very quickly.
4, 2, 1. Point.
Great execution from Catherine Parento, recognizing her opportunity.
Yeah, she has great power, deception, movement.
5, 2, 1.
There's no real weakness in her game.
and the opposite direction finds the belly button of Leah Jansen.
1 minute.
So they're one apiece right now. I'm sure they're keeping score. And a quick timeout from Tardio and Jansen. Kovalova and Wright obviously created basically a dynasty over the years. Entering the game back in 2015, US Open. I remember just seeing them warm up on the court and realizing that the game has changed.
Second serve.
There's been a lot of talk about Etta Wright and what she's capable of as she's found her way to the pickleball court. Definitely somebody to watch. Very dynamic, steady in her approach and mentality. No highs and no lows as you're looking on both championship court as well as court 2. Nice finish from Leah Jansen right there.
Yeah.
Quick, compact.
She knows McGuffin's game very well and when to slide to her right, open up that big two-handed backhand.
I'm curious to see if he looks to find that right side a little bit more, like right there, trying to force her as she slides to the right.
Yeah, McGuffin has always been a good mover on the court. However, in the last year or so, he has taken it to such a new level, hiring a very professional trainer to get his body in good shape.
Side out.
Getting handcuffed there is Gabriel Tardio. Going just on his chest, trying to swipe that off.
6-2-1.
And again, Catherine Parento choosing and picking her spots so wisely. I think she's batting about 1,000 right now on those.
Yeah, she is going to be unafraid to attack young Tardio. Again and
another.
again.
Yep, it's just over and over and over right now.
Timeout receiver.
Quick shout out to the referees on center
1 minute.
court. The lead ref, Carol Manifold. She is backed up by Howard Hepworth. We appreciate the refs, as always.
So 8-2, and Leah Jansen and Gabriel Tardio decide it's time for another break. Welcome back to day 2 of the Carvana PPA Tour here at Hyundai Masters at Mission Hills Country Club. Championship court going on, as well as several others, as an amateur event is also taking place. So we like to show you the big guns. Leah Jansen and Gabriel Tardio trailing by several points here in game number 1 to Catherine Parento and Tyson McGuffin, as the score is now 9-2. Great touch from Gabriel Tardio as he looks to lob. And just a miss hit there.
Yeah, powerful overhead from McGuffin. Even though he got it down really short in the court, and that cooled off enough for Tardio to perhaps get that one back. The damage was done.
Point.
Now he's just starting to take shots as game number 1 goes the direction of Parento and McGuffin. 11-2, so quick work for some of your top seeds.
Yeah, fantastic positioning and counter-punching, I think, especially.
Tyson McGuffin with a little extra expression there as they take game number 1. While the pro game continues to grow, as does the amateur game. 1,200 amateurs in action here at the Hyundai Masters event as well on some of the exterior courts. This place is going to be a party for the next few days. Pro game continues to grow as well. Many now fighting to get in through those qualifiers as Tyson McGuffin takes a few rips, as does Catherine. The firefight is on. Woo!
And it looks like that ball found the court. Tardio, a big forehand volley to finish off that fast and furious exchange.
taking shots. Somebody check his right shoulder.
It looks like Jansen and Tardio have decided that if they're going to go out, they're going to go out swinging.
Clearly.
2-0-2.
Somebody grab Parento and McGuffin some goggles.
Side out.
Yeah, one day if we'll get to the point where everybody is wearing eyewear.
Man, I was pegged in the eyebrow once, nearly split it in half.
0-2-1.
Did not feel good. Looking for the Ernie, but
Yeah,
ultimately finds his feet.
it really was just a little bit late of that decision
0-2-2.
to have a chance to jump that line, and then indecision cost him.
Looking for the two-hand speed up.
Yeah, you can really tell that Tardio is starting to feel some pressure. He knows he has to try to manufacture something if he's got a ball to look at.
And almost identical on the other side. These two are just going tit for tat.
They really are, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, they have certainly met. McGuffin, a lifetime ago, was a coach of Leah Jansen in the tennis world.
Up in the Pacific Northwest, both of them.
Well, that is a very risky forehand attack from McGuffin because he's in a position of the court where his line is so exposed. And I do hope that Leah Jansen gets on top of the next one and teaches him that he can't be quite so aggressive, but if he gets away with it time and time again, then, well, why not?
Teaching the teacher, huh?
Yeah, exactly. There's always a cycle in life.
Nice recovery from Catherine Parento. Nice job changing up her dinks, also finding the line from time to time. It takes three, but he gets it done.
Yeah, it was a great display of cross-court dinking that eventually found them a ball to really work with. Already seeming like a well-oiled machine, Cameron.
Yeah, Tyson McGuffin and Catherine Parento look like they've spent quite a bit of time on the court together.
On a lot of those two-handed backhands, she just hasn't been able to find the right margin above the net.
I don't know how she got out of the way of that one. Some fancy footwork.
A wonderful athlete. That's how that works, I think.
It is 9-1 on court two. Around the post, well defended. Drop back into the kitchen on championship court. And another ball, Gabriel Tardio is getting airborne.
He really is. He's had, I think, the only successful Ernies in this match so far, and a couple of them. Impressive work. Look at that.
For heaven's
Whoa.
sakes, he's fixing his hat at the same time with his opposing hand.
And I tell you, these kids, they can multitask so well these days. McGuffin, he's been attacking so well, predominantly off the forehand side when he's heads up with Jansen. That was the first attempt with the single-handed backhand flick volley. Perhaps watching Annalie Waters earlier on, saying if she can do it, I can do it too.
Is that a shot typically in his arsenal?
Not so much.
Okay.
Not as an attack. He can roll his volleys beautifully cross-court with that one hand. And it's a skill I have yet to master. It's very difficult.
5-6. Jansen and Tardio's aggressiveness here in game two, giving them some help. And same thing, even in the middle of that rally, he had the opportunity off the bounce to just play that safely back in the kitchen, but he takes a rip instead.
5-6-2.
Young enthusiasm.
Yeah, but it's also been kind of working for them here in game 2, so why change the MO quite yet, you know?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Keep doing something until your opponents adapt. But the moment they seem like they're getting wind of your particular shots, then quickly change.
Point.
Leia Jansen took a little bit of pace off there with the speed up, and that's one of the many ways you can kind of deceive your opponent.
7-6-2.
We've seen that so much at the professional level. It's not always about the pace of your play.
Yeah, it's very much a myth that to be offensive, you need to be hitting the ball harder and harder. That is only one way that a player can be aggressive. As you mentioned earlier, you can
6-7-1.
do that. You can be offensive with more spin, with more accuracy.
Who will take the first shot? Tyson McGuffin does.
Yeah, he caught Gabriel Tardio moving back close to his line and realized that the young man was still going to be in motion. So great opportunity there for McGuffin. Beautiful forehand.
Point.
And that ball just floating
Timeout
long
receiver,
from Tardio.
8-7-1.
Not by much, but it's enough to inspire a timeout from Jansen and Tardio. 8-7 is the score from Rancho and McGuffin.
When she's getting kind of crossed up with a crossbody attack, she's comfortable with that forehand and the backhand.
That is a powerful two-hander.
Second serve.
We got both courts going on at once here.
8-7-2.
Looks like that ball stayed in, so they have drawn it back an extra couple of points, 6-10, and it's Wright and Smith calling timeout.
Point.
And Tyson McGuffin finds another point. 9-7 is now your score on championship court.
9-7-2.
Oh, and just off the toe of the paddle.
McGuffin is being a real wrecking ball at this time.
10-7, it's match ball.
10-7-2.
Jansen covers. And there's no way that one's coming back.
Yeah, a little bit of luck. That can go a long way at 7-10. Who knows, the window is still open.
Second serve.
Ooh, that was quick.
Yeah, it really was. I think Parento, maybe better than anyone else, has a unique way to really attack the men down the line, keep them in position, stop them really cramping the middle too much.
Point.
They earn one back now, 8-10.
Just watching her, she's reminded me we're actually teaching a couple of clinics together on Monday. Might be a few spots available if you want to go check out Catherine Parento Pickleball.
I mean, I'm here till Monday.
Oh, you're in.
Point.
The ball long, make it 9-10.
9-10-2.
10-10. We're knotted up. This is what they were hoping for, as they are also on their second serve. Put themselves in a very good position now. Tardio! Wow! With another!
Unbelievable.
They now have the advantage.
That is epic hand speed.
Look at how quick he pulls the paddle back.
11-10-2.
Wow.
That's the part of his game that reminds me so much of Dylan Fraser. But Taddeo has that two-handed backhand to be able to handle some extra ball speed as well. So I think Wright was in after that. Had a real chance.
Back to the 2-box now. Oh, and they missed the third on game ball out of the timeout.
We've all done it.
I know.
And a lot of pressure. Great timeout from Parento and McGuffin. Let's see if they can't level the scores.
They trail by 1 now. There's also a side out for Kovalova and Wright on court 2. We'll keep you updated there.
That's a quick trigger ball from McGuffin and a big swipe from Taddeo. It's not easy to find the court.
So it was French fries. Now the advantage switches to the other side. It's 12-11, which means it's match ball. Ice water in their veins
12-11,
for
1.
Parento and McGuffin. Good scoop from Parento. And she closes it out. They faced game ball multiple times.
And that's a big sign for a new partnership. And I think every new team has to go into the trenches together, find their way out of it, get to the other end. And it's a big moment to build a team together. And they're going to be looking to obviously march forward to the semifinals and who knows, maybe finals.
Well, Tyson McGuffin has been known to play some grindy points, and alongside his partner, Catherine Parento, they just picked up a win. Maneuver as well. What do you call it? Pancake stroke?
Forehand. It's a squashing forehand. It's,
Is it? Is that considered? I guess, yeah.
Well, he's able to play so many forehands where your average person has to be forced into a more difficult backhand. It's because of that semi-western grip we talked a little bit about yesterday that allows him so much contact points.
Now underway. Steady dinks from both of these women.
Yeah, Johnson is a fantastic cross-court dinker. We know what to expect from Jessie Irvin. She will sit in that rally and really maintain her balance, take a lot of balls out of the air. Johnson flicking that backhand with so much pace. I think Newman is going to have to get used to how often that ball will come back with real venom.
Should be used to that facing off against Ben Johns and Colin. Except for the fact that I guess Colin resets more often.
Very much so, yes. Colin is a reset king.
1-0-2.
1-0-2 now.
Point.
Cross-court speed up, but paired nicely from Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, if she can bully Riley Newman, she can do anything on this tour.
That was a nice backhand punch there from her. Oh, there's some danger coming.
Yeah, and it's all Johnson and Johnson early. I just love watching JW, how relaxed he is when he flicks these balls with just so much pace. I mean, he's just standing tall,
Good leave.
meandering forward and flicking these balls with so much speed.
4-0-2.
Yeah, he truly is a wonder in terms of his style of game. I mean that as a compliment. He didn't think his sister was going to get there, but she did.
So,
I always envied the athletes I competed against that had the same tone on the court. Always felt like they were never too high or too low. J.W. Johnson, one of those. Can be a real superpower. At some point, I want you to break down a little bit more the cuffing maneuver that you see J.W. Johnson do so often when he's dinking, and some of the nuances that brings. That's a great example right there as he covers middle.
Yeah, so he does have an Eastern forehand grip, and that's not as aggressive as Riley Newman, but it still requires him to really bow the wrist to be able to draw that ball back cross court. And it also gives him something called elastic energy, whereby the wrist is in an ulnar position and allows a very quick transition to flex the wrist backwards, and there's some extra pace in there as well. So there's a couple of different reasons. The last reason is by maintaining that kind of hinge on his wrist, he's able to be more ready for potential attacks that come to his backhand side.
That's a great explanation of why that backhand is so dangerous too. Right there is a perfect example.
Yeah.
It's like we dialed that up.
Yeah, he's never. It allows him to never really have to guess which side. He stays neutral. It keeps it roughly kind of 12 o'clock so often.
Point.
Nice speed up there from Georgia Johnson cross court.
6-2-1. Second server.
You talked a little bit about the sort of mindset of being very steady, not having that kind of ups and downs. Well, I think Jesse Irvin is one of those players as well.
I would agree with that.
And to a large extent, Riley Newman. I think mentally so solid. I think that's one of the reasons why it doesn't really exist in that roller coaster derby of my highs are amazing, but my lows could cost me 4 points.
Point.
Very unlucky. Had everything he wanted there.
3-6-1.
JW, that flick through the middle, it happens so quickly. You don't even see him coming, and all of a sudden he's there, and his paddle has whipped the ball past.
Oh, and it's a great location as well. Just that minor speed up in terms of where it's coming from, compactness, great defense from Riley Newman. That's what he's known for. Some more good defense. Can they find their way back to the kitchen? How about that? Beautiful winner from Georgia Johnson. She says, I've had enough.
That was amazing. For her to choose that shot, the risk involved, wow. And then to have the skill to execute it, very impressive young lady.
Second server.
I think that decision was just a second late.
6-3-2.
Still a 3-point advantage for the Johnsons. Great protection of the shoulder right there, Georgia.
7-3-2.
I would love to see one day JW and Georgia take on Riley and Lindsay. Just a battle of the siblings. I think you would see a level that is hard to come by with people who do not share some genetic code.
Might be at the next tournament, right?
Yeah, Lindsay
Isn't
will
Lindsay
be,
and Riley signed up together as of right now?
as of right now.
4-7-1.
4-7 is our score. There's the combo from Riley Newman.
And you can hear how much it means to him. I think he's realizing that Georgia has gotten the better of him so far, and he needs to get that monkey off the back.
Find themselves in a defensive position again at the baseline. One after another, that ball is out of bounds. So defense for Newman and Irvin.
Yeah, these two, I think, inside the bracket are the best defensive team.
But how do you
serve.
create points is the question.
Yeah, I think, well, Jessie Irvin has some very unique attacks. I just don't know if she's going to be willing to try her
6-7-2.
luck against J.W. Johnson with some of her more sneaky, deceptive attacks.
Point.
Yeah, it's good pressure, I think, from Riley Newman. His length, his ability to move
7-7-2.
across the court creates a tricky proposition for Georgia to find some open space.
They've tied things up now, 7 apiece. Back to knifing forehands. To your point, but again, it's defended. Oh, Riley Newman to the backside of J-Dub.
That was amazing. The defense these two have, I thought the point was over a couple of times there.
Yes, you are.
Newman getting over, finding the backhand
8-7-2.
side.
8-7-2, we've got a lead change.
Side out.
Yeah, for me, I was just about to talk about the damage done on overheads. J.W.
7-8-1.
Johnson has had a number of really good looks at overheads, and often he's kind of come middle of the court.
Second
And it's
server.
just been a little too easy for Newman and Irvin to be able to defend, find their way back up to the
7-8-2.
kitchen line, and then recreate some possibilities.
Side out.
Oh, and a missed serve. Oy.
That
It
happens.
wasn't their best side out in history. Yeah, this has to be angled off, I think.
That's a nice shot from, that's a tough ball for J-Dub right there.
Second server.
Just so relaxed. It's like he's just resisting the urge to burn calories out there.
8-7-2.
I don't think a caloric deficit is something he's really focused on.
Well, maybe not, but
A much earned side out though right now.
yeah, I mean, if you look at the contrasting styles, though, between Georgia and JW, they're very, very different.
Great shot from Georgia.
When you look at Riley Newman and Lindsay Newman, almost identical.
8-8-1.
It's 8 apiece now. It's a nice dink. Oh,
Just
looking
missed
for
it.
the ATP with the slice. It's one of my favorite ATPs. I think it's it's probably the most challenging to me, which is why I think
It's in my top 6.
it's great. Top 6. It's in my top 12. Nice job, Georgia Johnson.
Well done, young lady.
She's still moving.
9-8-2.
Another lead change. They've earned it back. They were up 6-3 at one point. Oh, she steps in, kind of gets a funky wrist position there on that backhand.
But I love how fearless she is being in the
8-9-1.
face of Riley Newman.
It's pretty
You know,
remarkable.
he is an absolute beast on the court.
Yeah, and right away, Jessie says that was my bad. She didn't like that speed up. Kind of
Yeah.
goes right between two
8-9-2.
deadly forces. And
Side out.
another side out.
9-8-1.
Phenomenal stuff from the brother-sister duo.
Are you kidding me?
He knew he
Second
had to
server.
let that one go.
9-8-2.
And another hold, and I like this. right away. They earn the side out, and they're actually taking a timeout. They've had a few opportunities to gain the points back, but I feel like they want to figure out a little strategy here.
Mario
Thank
Mario Barrientos and Mary Brasha.
Brasha.
All right, so Newman gets the return.
Point.
Unfortunately, the return was quite short, and it allowed them to get up there very quickly.
Second serve.
Well, there's an angle that we kind of need to see from both Johnsons
9-2.
that gets Jesse Irvin off the court.
And a missed return. So that timeout so far has equated to 2 points, and it's game point for Newman and Irvin. Oh, she's there so quick, finds the court. Nearly another.
Newman had looked like he'd already given up.
And he's given applause to his partner, and rightly so. I don't know how Jesse Irvin got to that ball.
Amazing play.
Fantastic play. They earned 2 back after that timeout. It's a side out now. That's trouble.
He just swats it, doesn't he? Stands tall, swats it into oblivion. It's really quite amazing.
10-10-1.
I hate to be a fly in JW's house. 10 apiece.
Oh,
Ooh. Friendly fire?
yeah, looked like it.
Oh, wait. There's a point.
Oh,
There was a foot fault.
11-10-1.
so they have a point for the game.
Yeah, right there. Saw it on the replay.
And JW
Second
is
serve.
upset with his shot selections on that one. I think that was machismo involved. He knows he should have gone either middle or
11-10-2.
back behind Jesse Irvin. Instead, he tried his luck at the big man.
Another game point. Great defense from Georgia Johnson, finds them the 12th point and game number 1. Georgia Johnson and JW have the first. I'm so impressed with Georgia right there on some of those. Her ability to reset that ball in the middle of a speed up, great job. We'll be back with game number 2. So going back to game number 1, Georgia Johnson and JW Johnson just picked up the 2-point victory over Riley Newman and Jesse Irvin. So thrilled to have JW and Georgia on the PPA tour. Getting to see them face off against some of the best in the game, as they are also some of the best, clearly, in the game.
Oh, yes. And then some. And I do hope they stick together.
Point.
Nice reach through the middle from J-Dub.
Yeah, I think he can afford to be just slightly more active in the middle and really put some
1-0-2.
extra pressure on the cross-court dink of Jesse Irvin. Irvin is well known to be one of, if not the best ATP player, certainly in the women's game, but maybe in
0-1-1.
either men's or women's.
Quick feet for Riley Newman.
Second serve.
And Georgia Johnson, recognizing that Newman wasn't quite
0-1-2.
set and had a good chance to get behind him on that forehand side. Well played.
Side out.
And Newman was seeking revenge
1-0-1.
early on. And as they say, he who seeks revenge digs 2 graves.
Three backhands well defended from Georgia Johnson.
1-0-2. Side
Ball
out.
just kind of slid through. Wasn't a little awkward.
0-1-1.
Georgia maybe got as low as she might have needed to for that ball that didn't appear to bounce like she expected it. Nice job from Georgia. She's got that one-hand backhand. That thing is paying off right
0-1-2.
now. That's filthy.
Point.
There's just been a couple of loose errors on serve and
1-1-2.
return. And I tell you, if it wasn't for those, I think game one could have been 11-5, 11-6, something like that.
Nice job again by Georgia. The way she's able to, on the two-hand, actually bring her hands over the top and bring the paddle over the top to bring that back down the line is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a strong left hand. She understands what really makes a great two-handed.
server.
As soon as I said that.
Well, it's okay. It happens.
No, I have to send a sorry letter.
1-1-2.
But yeah, she's got a fantastic two-handed backhand. She rolls well with the left. Treats it a lot like a single-handed left-handed
Side out.
forehand.
Much like Anna Lee.
1-1-1.
One apiece. That works.
It does. It appears to. I think when you've got someone who can move like
2-1-1.
Newman and be able to put that kind of pressure on, give him the license to fly.
Second server. 2-1-2. Side out.
That's great. Great work getting the ball very low and keeping it out of the wheelhouse of
1-2-1.
Mr. Newman.
Second server.
And a missed dink again from Georgia.
1-2-2.
Keeps rolling those shoulders back, trying to get a little bit looser, it looks like.
Side out.
Just a couple of her dinks getting a little high, and she's putting herself in a tough position.
Yeah, when
2-1-1.
Jessie Irvin really finds her range and more importantly her width on those cross-court dinks, then it's very difficult for people to be able to keep the normal amount of poise, I guess is the word for it.
Oh, and it just falls through the valley.
The valley. Oh, yes. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you know.
3-1-1.
There they go.
Second server.
Find a little extra something.
Yeah, I think JW can compete and beat almost anyone in the world in the hand-speed exchanges. Resisting the urge to take that next ball on though,
3-1-2.
that's a hard thing. And for anyone with fantastic hands can kind of attest to, unfortunately, adrenaline dictating a lot of the balls you go for, and then later on you realize, wow, that was probably going to hit the fence.
4-1-2.
Deadly attack there from Jessie Irvin, now smiling alongside Riley Newman. Ooh,
Johnson.
wow, that thing had some pace. Usually you only see that just kind of off speed or half speed,
1-4-1.
rolling speed up to the back line right there. That was beautiful. That stays.
Second server.
Well, I think she had found some very good locations to attack around that Newman right hip area.
1-4-2.
And she went away from that and unfortunately realized what everyone who has come up against Jessie Irvin has realized. That two-handed backhand is absolutely lethal.
There it is again, J-Dub.
Your favorite, Ernie?
That's my favorite.
Your favorite ATP, sorry. The slice. Jay DeVilliers makes it look very easy, as does J.W. Johnson on that occasion.
Side out.
It's interesting. I hate to
4-2-1.
remark on mentality necessarily, but just seems a little downtrodden on the side of the Johnsons right now. And you have to remember, they won that first game 12-10. They played well
Yeah.
after dropping a few points, but
I think they've
4-2-2.
recognized that Newman and Irvin have lifted their games and have been able to get the ball over to her a little more often.
just heard an Andiamo on the audio feed from a previous court as J-Dub takes a shot at Jesse Irvin.
That tells you Julian Arnold is happy with himself.
He's clearly somewhere. Actually, he's on court number 2.
And now 13-9 up.
Oh, that bounced in. Bounced right on the line.
And J.W. Johnson realized that was his one moment to come in and shine.
3-4-1.
Sure enough, a flick backhand winner.
Second
Riley
serve.
Newman started to find his positions with Georgia Johnson. He's been able to cramp her up a little bit more. I think JW is going to have to start shielding the younger sister a little better than he is right now.
Side out.
See, dual court coverage right now. We're calling it court 2, but also known as grandstand court.
Time out receiving team. Score is 13-9-1.
A bit of a stalemate out there at 13-9 in the back draw. Just a little bit higher and more on the head than Georgia expected.
5-3-1.
No, Jesse Irvin has such a quick way to retract that two-handed backhand, and she can do almost anything with it.
Again, the defense, but great movement from Georgia Johnson right there to set that up.
Yeah, and she really illustrated
5-3-2.
the most important thing anyone at home really trying to figure out the ATP, and that's patience. Just let the ball go as wide as you possibly can, and that'll give you the angle to work with.
Continuing to work off the kitchen line, letting these balls bounce. Short hops that one. Chopping these balls right back to Jesse. And that's tough. If you're going to sit in a cross-court dink battle, slicing that ball back and forth and with Jesse Irvin, it's going to be tough. She's the queen of consistency.
She really is, and she rolls that ball so beautifully.
So let's see what happens after this timeout between these two teams. Will it continue with a cross-court battle?
1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
Back out of the timeout. Jesse Irvin and Riley Newman
6-3-2.
facing off against Georgia Johnson and J.W. Johnson. Drop game 1.
And that's an
Side out.
assertive forehand volley from young Georgia Johnson.
3-6-1.
So the question is, how can you get J.W. a little bit more involved in this match if you're sitting in that cross-court battle with Jesse?
You got to ask him nicely to start moving around a bit more. I mean, I think he has a very relaxed way about him. I think you can all see
3-6-2.
how tall he tends to stand. It helps him a lot in the hand speed exchanges, but it doesn't help him when trying to apply pressure to these cross-court balls from Jesse Irvin.
Let's see how much more he starts to shift. Also looks like Georgia Johnson is working with a handful more dinks up the line to Riley Newman, just in that last rally at least.
Yeah, she's comfortable dinking down the line, but she knows how careful she needs to be, given that he does possess a very good Ernie.
7-3-1.
He hasn't used too many of them so far today, but I'm sure we will see.
There she gets one back. Quick hand slap to her brother.
7-3-2.
I like the walk, the pride she had after that one. Adorable.
Point. 8-3-2.
That's a wicked shot from Riley Newman.
Yeah, he curls that ball. It almost looks like it's going out, but it has a kind of little bit of a side spin to it. You see that really almost bananas the ball in, a la Rafa Nadal.
Point.
And that
It
one
almost
tags.
looks-
Oh,
Yeah.
that might have hit the throat.
10-3-2.
She's tough though, isn't she?
Undoubtedly. And again, popping that one up.
Second game,
So game number 2 goes the opposite direction. Irvin and Newman have found game number 2.
Yeah, very different kind of tactic from Irvin and Newman. Much more patient, letting the team of Johnson and Johnson make the first move. I think what cost Irvin and Newman in the first one, they were being overly aggressive, and the counter punching, especially from J.W. Johnson, was costing them big time. So they changed it. Great play.
We'll see if they stick with that strategy in the game 3.
So we head into game 3. Game 1 was taken by the Johnsons. However, Riley Newman and Jessie Irvin came storming back to really dominate game 2.
Side out.
We'll see quickly if the Johnsons can make some tactical changes that
0-0-1.
get them a lead perhaps early on.
Second serve.
And a good ball from Riley Newman just out of the middle. Both
0-0-2.
teams looking to get a little more settled here in game 3. We have the missed third, high third.
Timeout.
Some quick
I do think the drives from Georgia are a worthwhile
0-0-1.
shot. She has to try to do it when Jessie Irvin is on the way forward, though. There's not too many opportunities,
Second serve.
especially when Riley Newman is really clamping the
0-0-2.
middle as well as he is these days. Oh, just missed that one.
And just missed it, but I'm sitting here kind of wildly expressing myself because in between games here, we had a conversation about Georgia
1-0-2.
Johnson slicing the ball back and forth with Jessie Irvin. And I asked the question, why not roll a couple of those? And you just saw in that last rally, she actually did 2 balls as there's a firefight taking place. And she now earns 1. But you had a great explanation why maybe not rolling some of those balls, but she has gone to it a little bit more.
Yeah, look, if she has that shot in the arsenal and she feels comfortable enough to use it under tournament pressure, now would be a great time to explore. Oh,
And that time she
Second
goes
serve.
with the speed up, and Riley's still shaking his head going, no good, nope,
0-1-2.
not available.
he just loves doing it. The man's he's a showman at heart. Oh, we've got Jessie Irvin on the left. That's different. They must have noticed that now the Johnsons are a little more trigger happy with third
1-1-2.
shot drives, and they weren't willing to unwind the stack. They will now, though.
Side out.
Yeah, it's often a strategy. It's kind of a 3/4 stack.
1-1-1.
To your point again, trying to work with that roll.
It's tough. If you have built a career on
2-1-1.
really consistent sliced cross-court forehand dinking, reinventing it against someone like Irvin and Newman is tough.
And we've seen it now a few times. She continues to try and find. That's the third time trying to roll that ball to the right shoulder of Riley.
Yeah, I think if she wants to attack that man, she's going to have to mix it up and keep him honest on the backhand side. Or mix it up. Perhaps the lob is an available option.
There, that's the pattern she's looking for.
Second serve.
See, the success there relied on Riley Newman
3-1-2.
overplaying quite a lot. He really got halfway across, well, most of the way across the court. If he plays smart, that's not going to be available.
There she earns another.
Side out.
The points are going to the least risky team right now.
It is, that's true. The ones with the counter.
1-3-1.
Yeah, exactly. Both teams fantastic counter punches.
And again,
Point.
the second to strike is the one winning the point.
I think everybody except for JW thought the point was over there, but the hand speed of that
You have
young
two.
man, keeping the paddle so low,
No.
quite phenomenal.
Thank you. 2-3-1. Second serve.
Just a little wide.
2-3-2.
So she
Point.
did go to the backhand side. I'm proud of her.
3-3-2.
Good communication. Same thing, backhand side. Having to keep that awfully low though.
Point.
And Jessie misses one. It was actually more on her body.
Yeah, but it's, I can't remember her. Has she missed one yet? I think it's the first one
4-3-2.
that we've seen.
She's allowed one.
She's allowed one. All right. Someone send her a text. That's the one that she's allowed.
JW playing with the middle of the court right now. There it is for Georgia, the crossbody.
Yeah, the cross-court
Timeouts to
and
call other
cross-body
receivers.
of the cross-court player. That is
5-3-2.
crucial with someone like Jessie Irvin, who has such a big two-handed backhand. She loves to sit on it and wasn't ready for that one. So it's Johnson & Johnson up 5 points to 3 on Irvin and Newman. They had good success in game one. Irvin and Newman came roaring back, game two. And it looks like they've figured out a more nuanced way to attack when they do, but they're playing a less risky kind of game right now, and they're relying on their counterpunch skills, which are phenomenal. Jessie Irvin and Riley Newman have been willing to take a few more chances, and it's cost them. So I anticipate we see both teams playing a more
Yes, sir.
disciplined approach,
Time in,
and kind of
5-3-2.
hoping someone else will take that first risk.
So Johnson have the serve while up two. And it appears as if one of the other elements is maybe a few more dinks to the backhand
3-5-1.
side of Riley Newman, just to kind of keep him a little bit more honest towards that sideline. Both ladies working slightly off. There's that backhand dink. backside dink as Jada, I think that's exactly how they mocked up that point, but
Perfect.
didn't necessarily execute on the last ball.
Basing a strategy on Riley Newman hitting one dink too high is a tricky way to make a living, and they got a little lucky there. But I'm very impressed that JW was able to pounce on the opportunity.
Second serve.
That's great work at full stretch from young Georgia Johnson.
5-5-2. Point 6, timeout, switch ends.
So it's 6-5 now, the opposite direction. Irvin and Newman find 3 straight. They were down 3-5 at our last break. But now at the change of ends, they have the 1-point advantage. The advantage now resides with Irvin and Newman here in game number 3 with a 1-point advantage. Back out of the timeout, Johnson's on the return. Great combination, 3 strokes from Georgia Johnson finishes.
Yeah, her initial attacks are now being followed up very well with movement that really deals with the most likely shots of Jessie Irvin.
Second serve.
It's unfortunate, so close. I mean, it speaks a lot to the kind of
5-6-2.
range and consistency of Jessie Irvin, though, trying to get that ball inch perfect.
And again, this is not normal for Georgia Johnson to miss dinks like this.
No, it's tough. I mean, it's a whole new level of, competition that she's dealing with right now
Point
for both Georgia and JW.
7-5-1.
7-5, now the score for Irvin and Newman.
Second serve.
Nice shot. Riley asking himself, where am I going?
7-5-2.
Beautiful from Irvin.
Point.
And again, just continuing to add pressure is Jessie Irvin, dink after dink
Yes.
after dink. She just doesn't go away.
8-5-2.
No, consistency is a pressure. It's a
Absolutely.
way to apply pressure.
Steadiness there after the attack and a good bounce for Riley Newman.
Yeah, fortuitous for sure. And they're not far away now. I can smell the blood in the water.
5-2.
Taste the blood in the water? One of the two.
Timeout.
Either way, it's a
Receivers,
timeout.
9-5-2.
Goes sense. How about that?
Yeah.
As another timeout is taken on our championship court. You're playing host for the 4 days of action from Thursday to Sunday. Championship Sunday, of course, is on the docket. You're not going to want to miss it. Please go ahead and join us for that last and final day to find out who our final victors are.
That was the second only dink miss from Jessie Irvin, so no one sent that text earlier on.
And Riley's doing a really nice job. Instead of going to the left shoulder, which she has pretty well protected, he's now starting to find that right shoulder a little bit more often.
Yeah, really asking the question, can you slide early enough to open up your two-handed backhand
Side out.
and counter-punch my attacks? And right now, the answer is not that often.
9-5-1.
Some extra whip on that one.
You know, there is an alternative strategy here, and that would be keeping Georgia Johnson in front of Jessie Irvin. Right now, they haven't explored with that much. So whippy. Unbelievable.
Now I kind of want to see that. Putting
591.
Georgia in front of Jesse just to see what it would look like.
Hand speed Riley Newman to squash the impressive counter from JW. Almost like she was giving Jesse Irvin some bait.
Well, welcome to Championship Court. Jesse Irvin, Riley Newman headed on to the semifinals, and that was an incredibly close match we just witnessed. The Johnson siblings bringing a lot to the table. What were you thinking about after losing a very tight game one?
Well, first of all, it was me trying to stay out of the way, actually. We lost that first game because I was trying to be too aggressive. So all those men playing mixed doubles, you do not need to be super aggressive all the time. So that was me, first game, and had to let Jesse go cross-court games 2 and 3, and it came out to our favor.
Jesse, do you agree with that assessment? Is that what it came down to?
No, I think I had a slightly different strategy going in. And, you know, we as a team, we're a new team, and we have never played them before. So we had a certain strategy going in. It didn't work in the first game, so we changed it slightly. I changed my strategy a little slightly, and then it just worked better for game 2 and game 3.
Well, guys, there's nobody brand new in the sport, but we do have a lot more players on tour this year as we've consolidated onto one tour. Do you still have confidence you guys will stay at the top?
100%, yeah. I mean, you got to have belief. You got to have confidence every time you step onto the court. I mean, half the draw today, I didn't even recognize their names. So lots of new players. That's great for the sport. The fans are rowdy today, so that's been fun. So we're having a blast.
All right, guys, good luck in your semifinal.
Game 1, timing 0-0-2.
I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be tuning in to that grandstand court for unnamed reasons.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic matchup. Elise Jones has proven herself to be so dangerous on the court and such a good defender.
Meanwhile, they're underway on championship court as well. We're giving you the 2-box of coverage.
Unbelievable play.
Just wicked there from Tyler Leung, the southpaw out of Utah. Actually, both those athletes out of Utah. Him and his partner, Elise.
And we saw on the left there, Fraser crabbing across the kitchen. Had a good look at it.
Second serve.
Can't wait to see some of the distribution in terms of balance between Anna Bright and Dylan Frazier and just exactly how far they travel in terms of covering the kitchen line. And that's not an area you want to look for.
Yeah, the other thing I'm very curious about is, will Dylan Fraser actually feel comfortable attacking Anna Lee? Many have tried. I think almost many have failed. The vast majority. You know, we got to see Anna Lee against Ben Johns at Nationals, and she succeeded. Ben tried his luck, and the young lady didn't just hold her own, taught him a lesson.
Anna Lee played alongside Riley Newman at Nationals. 1.
Side out.
But where do you attack then? Where do you go against Annalie and Ben?
2-0-1.
That's got to be in the locker room earlier on, I'd say. No, look, it's the moment someone really solves that riddle, then we know. You know, it's tricky. There's no weaknesses really to speak of, and they're getting better. Annalie, we saw some new shots from her earlier on.
One-hand backhand flick. She was on the left doing it, though. Still working with her 2 hands more often than not, as does Anna Bright. A 2-hand backhand.
0-2-1.
Anna Bright, typically in women's, plays on the left because of that dangerous backhand roll she has. Just so much spin on that ball.
Really kicked up. Bright was not ready for the kind of spin that got it up over her paddle so quickly.
Some miscommunication there.
1-2-2.
Great work from Fraser. Quickly getting over there, getting the ball down in a hurry.
2-2-2.
Nice ball back to the middle from Fraser, and he's quick to cover middle, and he had it.
He really did, didn't he? He got everything. Oh, well, I feel for the young man.
So 2 apiece.
2-2-1.
And gets a little help from the net. I think Fraser's paddle would have been there had it not clipped the net.
3-2-1.
Great depth on the return. What a touch play from Ben.
Second serve.
Yeah, that is one of the difference makers that he has over every other player. Being able to continue to move through the kitchen, through the transition area very calmly while dropping balls and being able to knock off that next one because of it.
Tries to be a little sneaky against Annalie, and she is well prepared.
So that is 1-0 to Annalie Waters.
Okay, I'm going to keep another running score here. Fraser and Anna. Holy. Nice job by Ben Johns. You know, I think back to the Bubbly Team Championships just about a month or so ago, and I feel like at times people were attacking with an off-speed shot up the line to Ben Johns' backhand. He got caught a couple times. So I was wondering if that may take place, but that time he did a really nice job defending that back shoulder.
That's a beautiful shot from Anna Bright. Wow.
I mean, there's not much room. When you're going with that cross-court speed up, you have the smallest margin of error.
Yeah, and just going back to your point earlier, it's a shot that Ben has really put into his arsenal in recent memory has been the 2-handed backhand block and counter on that left side, because he recognized that he was getting attacked there, and he was really just often blocking that ball back and resetting the point, sometimes well, sometimes not. But he developed this 2-handed counter that is now forcing people to think, well, now where do we go?
Yep. So the side out for Ben Johns and Annalie Waters, 5-2. And still looking to roll that ball down the line. Interesting take there.
Johns does not miss too many of those forehand drives, does he?
6-2-2.
That's a pattern that Annalie and Ben are well prepared for. Each time it seems like Dylan Frazier's getting pushed wide. He's just resetting that ball back to middle, and Johns and Annalie are sitting right there ready.
Yeah, Johns has been able to find the kind of accuracy in the positions that really cramp up Fraser. Very difficult for the young man.
So quick work thus far by Annalie. 7-2, Annalie Waters and Ben Johns with a quick start in game number 1. Of course, this is on the winner's side of the bracket. That's the #1 team in the world facing off against Anna Bright and Dylan Frazier. A new team to the PPA. And there's the backhand flick. Roll.
That is gorgeous.
That's just beautiful.
It doesn't matter how many times we see it. I never get tired of watching that shot. I mean, the amount of topspin to get that ball up and down.
With such little motion.
It's AJ Kohler-esque, really.
So the few times they've found success, it feels as if Anna Bright is finding that right side. Not necessarily, some of them have been attacks, true attacks, but some just a little bit deeper from the kitchen line. Annalie trying to find the speed up there. Some really nice footwork by Annalie to get back into the court.
Yeah, Fraser was caught still trying to get all the way up to the kitchen line, and John's got it high enough on the body to make it a very tough contact.
And there's the change of pace right there.
But he missed it, so another point.
It's hard when somebody's making that much of a stroke, too, to not get caught up in it. Oh, and he nearly tags her.
Waters, good job with the backhand, Ernie. Yeah, it's amazing to see Waters and Johns grow as a team over the years.
That's some nice movement, though. I have to go hats off to Anna Bright in the middle of that. That line shot from Ben Johns was well defended. Got him back to neutral.
Johns has missed 2 drives now.
Yep.
Yeah, he's taking the right chance, because when they are trying to find their new positions, Bright moving quickly from left to right, there is an opening. But he's got to make that shot.
Point.
It is now game ball for Annalie Waters and Ben Johns. Nice defense from Annalie. Finishes off game number 1 in very efficient fashion, 11-3. The #1 seed staying true. Championship court is the place to be when the #1 seed is on it. Annalie Waters and Ben Johns facing off against Anna Bright and Dylan Frazier. And let me tell you, that first game was awfully efficient from Annalie Waters and Ben Johns, picking up the victory 11-3. See if Anna Bright and Dylan Frazier can find a different equation. That's not the way you want to start.
They managed to do it as well, having made 3 unforced errors. I mean, imagine if it was clean from Ben Johns on the 3rd shot drive.
It's like salt in the wound, Morgan. What are you doing?
Well, they can't hear me, don't worry. Well, found the net. Either way, it was going to be a foot fault regardless. I would love to see Anna Bright and Dylan Frazier switch positions. Just try for a handful of points, see what happens with Bright heads up with Annalie Waters.
Oh, and just when you think you have him, you don't. You've got to be joking me.
He did such a good job.
He was practically doing the road runner out there, and he still caught up to the ball.
0-1-2.
Look at this.
He's deceptively fast.
Nice work by Anna Lee and well covered by her partner. Teamwork at its finest.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking. I thought Fraser and Bright played the best point of their match so far, and it still was not enough.
There's a lob off a bounce there.
Well, Anna Bright handled her business very well, I thought.
And it's the second time now that Ben Johns has gone with the backhand flick up the line, and it's been well defended on the forehand side of Anna Bright. She's taken a step off the line to prepare for it, too.
I think I'm going to send Fraser a text just to see if he can get Bright next to, sorry, opposite Anna Lee Waters.
301.
A little bit of love from the net, and that inspires a timeout pretty early.
Yeah, very quickly, 4-0, Anna Lee Waters and Ben Johns. It's so frustrating when that takes place. You feel like you've got yourself set up, and next thing you know, the ball's 6 inches higher than your paddle. Double box coverage for you, grandstand as well as championship court. It's a true test of your multitasking. A nice job there too, so it looks like finding that backhand side. Nice cover by Dylan Frazier in the middle.
Johns knows that even for him, as good as he is, when he gets overly aggressive, he can be punished. And Fraser is more than up to the task of doing that. That was quite impressive.
Looks like Tyson and Catherine doing some steady work. Still out on grandstand as well. Here on the return.
He moves in so quickly with that single-handed backhand, and that would be enough. But if he wasn't deadly accurate as well, it's hard to see a way through this team, I tell you.
How about that shot, the change-up?
Yeah, inside out, two-handed backhand to the crossbody of the cross-court player.
In corner pocket.
How the game has changed.
You're just sitting here reminiscing to 2017.
Hey. I was still good in 18, maybe a little of 19. Ish.
Full focus on championship court. That was not meant to be a dig at you. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry.
I'm just being silly.
I know my place in the
Oh,
world
no.
now, it's fine.
No, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. 7-0.
Well, if Johns can get away with that kind of shot selections, then he will keep going. I mean, why not? That was on return of serve as well, so he is playing a very ambitious style of pickleball, and it's working out well.
Nice reset from Johns there.
Side out.
Yeah, I think Fraser and Bright, they're still obviously learning each other's games well.
701.
Fraser has been in the Delray Beach area for a while now. And they've been doing some real training together alongside with James Ignatowicz and J.W. Johnson. So a good group of players really honing their skills.
8-0 now. And even if there's something you see, maybe you can do something with, their partner just steps in and finishes the point.
They are so well versed with each other's shot selections. It's it's a real synergy in shots.
Wow, what a snag from Ben Johns, and another.
Oh, and AL almost got it.
Second serve. 902.
And there it is from Anna Bright.
Yeah.
She's ready for it. She's there.
Someone has to teach that man's backhand a lesson.
091.
championship court. Kovalova and Wright versus David and Wilson. You are not going to want to go anywhere.
But we are.
But we are.
We're going out.
Dave Fleming
We'll have our
and
next crew
Kyle
in.
McKenzie will be joining you shortly. Don't go away.
So let's play pickleball.
Point.
So again, we talked about Ben John's had something new. Not only is everyone bringing new white clothes, they're bringing new paddles here to the court.
Yeah, at this level of competition, everybody's looking for that 1% edge. If it's technology or paddle development that's going to get them there, they're wanting to sign up for that that program. Absolutely.
And Vivian David hits one that is just off the back edge. That was as tight as a call gets early in a match. And Vivian David dancing around Thomas Wilson, Kyle, known for that massive forehand.
Yeah, that's his preferred side, but he's added a lot of variety on the backhand as well. He can use both 1 and 2, and he's really known for his movement out here. So look for him to be able to cover a lot of court. He's an excellent athlete, and looking to put that on display today.
So a nice start for David and Wilson.
0-3-1.
Love to get 3 before you have to give the ball back.
Fault. Take off. Point.
Wilson putting some of that movement on display, but looks like he just stepped in the kitchen. You're not allowed to do that and hit the ball out of the air.
Yeah, called on the takeoff, so his pilot license was revoked there. And a nice big finish there. Yeah, so oftentimes when you see an Ernie, it's usually landing on the sideline, but there was the takeoff on the line through the middle of the court.
Point.
Vivian had Matt's hand so far into the cookie jar in the middle of the court, but just missed it behind him.
Yeah, it's an easy one to overhit. She probably just need to take a little pace off that when you're going back behind the male player.
You mean like that?
Just like that.
Yes.
She learns quickly, Dave.
3-2-1.
So again, quarterfinal action here. Look at that get from Thomas Wilson. He's everywhere. And then Matt Wright gets called on the push-off on the overhead after I didn't see a starter's gun to run the 100-meter dash there, but Thomas Wilson, come on, brother.
We talked about his movement, and, you know, Vivian David is no slouch in that department either, so they're such a fun team to watch because they're very capable offensively, but they're a fantastic defensive team as well.
Second serve.
And it's going to be super positive land over there, too. Really supportive of each other. Vivian is always smiling, but no one wants to win more than her, too. Don't let that fool you.
That's true. Don't let the smile trick you.
Point.
So I think there's a paddle mistake right there, because I bet you the Premier keeps that in. A lot more action potentially. Don't know anything about this paddle.
Yeah, for folks at home, you know, Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova known as some of the better attacking players, and normally when you use a thinner paddle, that usually means a little bit more pop, a little bit more power off the paddle. So look for them to be in rhythm with that attacking style, but if the paddle's new, they may miss just a few long early on.
Yeah, so it's the difference of, yay, I can smoke it, but do I have the resets? Do I have the hands at the kitchen, and then just making a basic dink? So we'll see. Once they get this dialed in, it'll be even more dangerous because they are coming.
Point.
Excellent discipline by Matt right there. Looked like he was trying to jump the kitchen for an Ernie, but had the frame of mind to let that speed up go from Vivian David.
Called it out. She called it out. Not enough to overturn. Did you see it?
Okay, so.
It was out. Confirmed out.
Okay, so Thomas Wilson was tracking down the lob and called it out after he threw that huge lob return back, and that was confirmed. So there we go. Done our business. Let's move on.
Next point.
4-5-2. Side out.
Okay, well, thank you, Vivian David, for saving the video board. That ball is going to go off the duper sign back there.
You know, Dave, I think she wants the stats. She
Yeah,
wanted to hit the
clean
volley
winner.
winner, you know.
Yeah.
Fill up that stat sheet.
5-1.
Oh, and a beautiful ATP from Vivian David goes 5-hole on Matt right there.
She trusted waiting that angle long enough for it to open up and executed perfectly.
Point.
And then just a wicked forehand. That ball had to kiss off the tape. I mean, Lucy's not going to swing and miss on that.
No, an awkward location too. He found her outside hip. She's leaning middle. Great location in addition to the pace there from Thomas Wilson.
The ball was in. Point.
Okay, so there was debate on that call. We saw that ball clearly in, and
it looked well in,
yeah,
I
well
think.
in. So well in was where we netted out, fortunately.
Second serve.
Okay, let's get a clear out call there. We've had a little debate, so out. I'll call it.
Enunciate
Yeah.
out there.
Even though we're not at the court, we'll call it out for you.
Side out.
Ah, there you see Vivian David having some fun as she is tiptoeing and leaping through the flowers there.
And they're such a unique team where, if, you know, they're making errors, they'll laugh at each other. They just have such an obvious chemistry between the two of them.
And that is worth so much, especially in mix, where you got to be locked in, rolls. How do we want to play? And can't get down on your partner.
Beautiful use with that two-handed backhand, and that's a speed up that Lucy would maybe have more success if someone only was using the one hand, because they're going to stretch and be outreached. But when you add that left hand, it allows you to cover quadrants outside your body, which he does beautifully there.
Point.
And despite missing a few of those, Vivian David is going after Matt Wright, keeping him honest down the line, and it pays off.
I think it's part of the game plan. If you never go at him, he gets too comfortable just shifting and kind of owning the middle there.
Point.
Shake and bake, and Vivian David is everywhere, and David and Wilson looking fantastic here in game number one.
Second serve.
That's a shot that came into vogue about 12 to 18 months ago. That cross-court attack, it's so hard to keep that in.
Yeah, for those of you at home, the standard attack is usually in front of you because the players in front of you have less reaction time. But a lot of times when you're cross-court from the ball, you start to lean middle, and it opens up some different attacking angles on your outside hip or into the body.
Side out.
Dadgummit.
Right. Check the language out there, Vivian.
No,
That was
yeah, that's as clean.
Daggone it. Yeah,
some of these I can't repeat for you, folks. That one I can. I mean, they just can't even get to the kitchen. It is just relentless pressure, Kyle.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Wilson's doing a great job of really shrinking the court on those drops, coming over and just dictating with his court positioning.
Side out.
You'll see that some of those neutral balls towards the middle, it's kind of understood. Vivian David will slide over, allow Thomas Wilson to dictate with that ball until she needs to jump into the point.
Second serve.
Good hands from Matt Wright. Keeps him in it here. Another chance to close out game one, number one.
Side out.
And Matt Wright is like, okay, Nat, finally. Thank you.
Throw me a little love over this
Yes.
way. Come on.
4-10-1. serve.
And you mentioned it, Dave, they're just plain not neutralizing and getting to the kitchen line. I'd like to see maybe some drive-drop combos as an alternate way to get the point to neutral here.
Or drive the third, drive the fifth, which did not work out for Matt Wright.
Mr. Wright was halfway there.
Yes.
He drove the first.
Thought he was going to just come through right on cue for you, but big windup from the Michigan Wolverine. And some thirds have deserted Wilson and David here, so yet another shot at game number 1 here.
Side out.
And another. So, you know, you're down 6, but you're like, they don't even freaking want it. Okay, so let's go get it. Let's put some pressure on them.
Point.
A little bit of a gift there from Mr. Wilson. He doesn't normally give that one away, but Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova will certainly take it at this stage in the match.
Second serve.
Yeah, they're just a little, I'm not exactly blaming the paddle, but just a little less comfortable than I'm used to seeing Matt Wright on a ball like that dink that he missed. Ridiculous athleticism from Thomas Wilson right there. He's off the court with the Ernie and then swings back with the forehand. Come on,
He's
Kyle.
able to show such amazing body control to fly through the air. It looks like it's open, and all of a sudden he just closes the door with his athleticism.
Second serve.
And there's the Matt Wright special, hooking that back into the right hip.
And I believe, you know, my opinion, him and Ben Johns are probably the two most capable off-the-bounce attackers. They have such a high IQ of vulnerable locations on their opponent's body.
Point game, final score.
And that one-handed backhand sails deep. The swing just didn't look comfortable there, and I can understand why it wasn't comfortable, because Vivian David and Thomas Wilson looked fantastic in that match. Played real clean most of the day, missed some thirds at 10, but they were so in command that they were very deserving winners. So far it's been all chalk. Now, don't be confused by that. These teams had to battle. These draws are ridiculous, Kyle. So the 11 seed trying to make sure it's not Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, 4 then.
They're trying to, you know, join the party a little bit here in the semis, and they're certainly on their way. They played lights out, especially the start of game 1. We'll see if any adjustments can be made from, you know, Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova here in game 2. And to your point, it does look like some of the routine, you know, soft, touchy-feely stuff might not be as comfortable for them right now. Don't know how much of that is the new, possibly more powerful paddle.
Yeah, so Annalie Waters and Ben Johns will play Parento and McGuffin. And then Jesse Irvin and Riley Newman have gotten a chance to sort of regroup. They lost that first game to the Johnsons 12-10. Were able to recover 1 and 2 in command in their second, and then they were down actually in game 3 and came back. So they've had a chance to sort of think about it, and no one loves watching pickleball more than Jesse Irvin. She's got her eyes glued to this match.
So she's probably front and center somewhere.
Yes. And that's Viv David's best thing she does. She sits there with that two-handed backhand like, bring it to me.
Well, and I think, you know, what is elite about her game is just her balance and her posture. She's lower than everyone else, and it puts her in a position to have those elite hands when she needs them.
Oh,
what
my.
a get.
Stop it, Thomas Wilson.
Look at the resets.
Vivian David, welcome to Mission Hills Country Club. Unbelievable get behind her earlier from Thomas Wilson, and then it's David that finishes.
They had it all on display. They had the resets, they had the defense, and they put it away with the hand speed to finish. Amazing pickleball here.
Vivian David is absolutely putting on a show for us right now.
No, 100%. And she doesn't even need to win all of these attacks going up Matt Wright's line. But if she can just win 50%, it keeps him so much more honest and pays dividends the rest of the match.
There she comes again. She ain't scared.
No. I mean, why change it if it's working? And again, it just keeps him pinned on that sideline and forces him to be more one-dimensional.
Second serve.
I mean, I know they didn't win that point, but they're playing loose in the quarterfinals here. David flying around, shaking and baking.
And they're using, yeah, to your point, so many different formations. It's tough for Kovalova and Wright to get in a rhythm here.
Point.
I mean, this is beautiful pickleball.
Yeah, you notice how when the point was not quite neutral, they were a couple steps off the line. They created that wall together, and they're sitting on a counterpunch, expecting Matt Wright to try to power through them.
And Thomas Wilson now finishes, and folks, this is getting beat. This is the 3 seed seeing the 11 seed just coming after them.
They're getting completely outplayed at this point. I would really love to see a timeout from them to just look to settle themselves and change up their tactics. And Wilson and David are still rolling with that poach and drive and poach, what we call the shake and bake. They've got it all on display here, Dave.
I mean, this is one of the most impressive heaters I've seen for a team. Everything's working. Will it keep working? We'll find out right after this. Well, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle McKenzie, and I hope Kovalova and Matt Wright called for several fire trucks and not just a bucket of water to cool off Wilson and David. We'll see what happens right here. It has been impressive.
Side out.
So what we do know is they decided to slow it down right there.
Yep.
We also know they were in a 10-2 hole in an earlier match and dug out of that. So the veterans will have their say here. Okay, little bumper cars.
Point.
And David maybe had an opportunity to sag back a step or two to join her partner. Might have been a little too bold with staying there right midcourt with trying to defend that smash.
Fault. You never reestablished. Your left foot hit the line, you never reestablished. Point.
Yeah, I think that's one of those as a player where Tom's like, I think my feet were jacked right there, and I think I was on the line. And it's like, did anyone see that? And like, well, there's 2 people staring at your feet. So.
You got caught with a hand in the cookie jar there.
Yeah, foot even.
Foot.
Again, the speed up at David is just not, it's a negative, a big negative.
Yeah, when you're playing that right side, she's so smart about, she's sitting on her backhand, knows that it's so tough from certain positions for Matt Wright to find her forehand. She got jammed up, but she still got down on that block, and it was effective.
So that's what you got to do, somehow find that right hip like Lucy did right there.
Yep, perfect location. Obviously, she hit that ball hard, but it wasn't the pace that bothered her. It was the location that jammed David up there.
And Kovalova had Wilson in trouble there, just wasn't quite ready for that reply.
Yeah, again, she's so good at finding that location outside the male's kind of body quadrant. And if Thomas Wilson didn't have the ability to counter with 2 hands, she'd probably win those points. But that gives him that extra reach to get on top of that counter, and kind of got her fumbled up on the recounter there.
So what are you seeing here? What's the reason for this, and what do Kovalova and Wright need to think about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's tough when your opponents are coming out on fire. For me, I would try to compartmentalize in two different styles of points. I think the first couple shots, they're getting on defense too early. So I think they need to take more risk on the serve, return, first volley to really get that point to neutral or stay ahead. And then after the point is even, I like them playing that slower style and using their hands to counter, but they weren't getting established often enough. They need to do a better job of that in this game.
And an incredibly short return there just welcomed Wilson and David to the kitchen.
And that's where I kind of said, you know, if you get in that habit of, okay, we're just going to slow everything down and play safe, you get hit with that offense in the first couple of shots. So you might need to take a little more risk on the first couple of shots and then sink into that patient style that they know how to play.
Point.
I mean, this is not a replay of the points earlier in the match. It's the same patterns, and it's working beautifully. There's no reason for Wilson and David to change it.
Yeah, Wilson and David are a little bit off the line for most of their offense, and so Matt Wright and Lucy seem to want to power through them. I don't think that play is working. I would go a little more aggressive with their dinks and expose those feet that are a little off the line first.
I mean, just beautiful pickleball. Vivian David is 1 millimeter from the ground half this match. She's getting so low because you can't attack her down. And that's what you and me and everyone else that coaches the game tells you to do.
Yeah, you focus on what you can control. Posture for most of us is something that's in our control, and she's putting on a clinic as to why it's so important.
There's a nice finish from Matt Wright. So again,
Timeout.
they're veterans.
9-3-2, 1 minute.
They've dug out of holes before, and what a smart timeout here from Wilson and David. Okay, you hit a great backhand, little momentum over there.
Yep.
We're shutting that down immediately.
Don't let them build on it.
All right, so we're going to shut this down ourselves just for a second. Go get some snacks. We'll be right back. David and Thomas Wilson are up 11-5, 9-3, and they took a timeout. We both like it. Why?
Yeah, I think, you know, they know how capable Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova are. They had just come off, you know, a couple of good shots. At this point, you want to keep their confidence low. Don't give them anything to build on. Maintain that lead. Settle yourself. At this point, you're 2 points away from the match. And it looks like they called a second timeout. I guess they've got a little bit more to discuss. See what's going on court there.
There's concern now as I'm seeing a referee. So now we're into a different situation, maybe. And again, this is conjecture here by me on is there a medical situation here with Thomas Wilson? He seems to be breathing heavy. And again, I do not want to start assuming things, but I don't like when I'm seeing someone's pulse being taken there. That's his wife sitting with him.
Yeah, kind of just reading his body language. He looks a little concerned, and yeah, I believe that is his wife just checking on him, making sure his heart rate's okay. I don't know anything about his health concerns or anything like that, but he's just making sure he's all right out there.
So we thought they were taking it from a momentum position, but this is clearly a timeout taken from I'm not feeling the way I need to feel here for Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, you can see the concern on his face, and horrible timing too. I think couldn't come at a worse time. They're playing absolutely amazing, and this is the last thing that you want to see.
So again, how this all can work out, obviously this could be a medical timeout involved here at some point as well. And you know, that gets into 15 minutes. You see our referee there. So while Thomas, his health #1, nothing else matters over there whatsoever. So what if he wants to continue? So there's a look of concern. He's definitely pressing into his upper chest area to try and get comfortable. See him continue to do that. But it looks like we will play on here. So that is not someone that looks real comfortable, but here we go. And I hope this is an okay decision here for this young man as he continues to not look even remotely comfortable.
Yeah, I really feel for him. They're only 2 points away from a big win. I hope that isn't affecting the decision to play if he shouldn't be out there, but
I mean, he is not even
hoping for the
moving
best
to the net.
Second serve.
And he just hit a winner. Wow.
Well, shows what kind of natural talent he has right there. Doesn't need to be 100% to still put on a highlight reel.
So this is a really difficult situation for everyone. You want him to be well. Kovalova and Wright just have to play, and that's hard to do.
It's very hard to do, and they're natural competitors, right? But you can see they're not wanting to, for lack of a better term, kick a person while they're down, right? So they want to win, but finding that fire is a little more challenging when you're playing somebody not 100%.
Point.
Yeah, we are in a very strange territory here.
Side out.
Vivian David able to put that ball down, so 2 points away. I mean, you can see this is usually the smiliest team in the world, and there is concern on Vivian David's face, but
I think
we'll play on.
Dave, they're talking about which formation to do. They've had Thomas Wilson playing the left and taking more court the whole time. But with him not feeling great, I'm wondering if they only need 2 more points, if maybe they play straight up or put Vivian David on the left.
They are going to do that.
Looks
right
like that's
here.
what they're going to do here.
Side out.
And that will not slide over, so really tough. They see the finish line and it looks hundreds of miles away, and it's just 2 points.
Point.
Vivian David trying to do everything she can, and it is now 6-9
And
on a 1.
I think that's what she's going to have to do is take some less calculated chances because her partner is just nowhere near 100% at the moment.
Point.
And that catches the net, and we are at 7-9 on a 1. Wilson continues to press against his chest.
And they're having much longer discussions between points. Don't know exactly what they're talking about, but it's clear that they're just taking this 1 point at a time.
Point.
And Thomas Wilson just not able to move at all. Obviously, they've used their timeouts. They've used the medical timeout. Vivian David trying to do everything she can, and we are at 9-9 here in game 2.
9-1. Second serve.
Okay, so they get a miss from Kovalova.
9-2.
And I really get the sense here, Dave, that they need to win this second game. I'm not sure, honestly, if they're even going to play a third game.
And look at this, step around winner from Wilson, and Vivian David is checking in after every point. I mean, when you see your partner doing what we're all watching here, pressing against his chest and heart area and breathing heavy.
We rolled it into the medical timeout.
Is very close to 0, though, but he's hit a couple of forehand winners and kept them off 10. Here we go.
Second serve.
Can't get the shake and bake to work there, and that's what it's going to have to be. Quick points, you know, take a big swing here. the tape goes just wide as David just kept digging balls off of the Matt Wright attack.
You know, she's doing everything she can right now to try to get them over the finish line, but it's going to be such a tough effort with everything going on.
Oh my, and saw a little more movement there, and then unfortunately a mistake after a beautiful lob from Wilson, and in a very unexpected way we are at a game point for Kovalova and Wright.
Second serve.
Another nice step around from Wilson there, and you just see the concern of Vivian David looking back after every point. And that stays in. So a stab from Matt Wright does it, and Wright and Kovalova win game 2, 11-9. I don't know if we're going to have a third or not. We'll see when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie, and we've had a strange change of events here. Obviously, we are concerned about Thomas Wilson. He had to take 2 timeouts, took a medical timeout. They were up huge in game 2. They were so close to winning that they continued on.
Right.
Kovalova and Wright were able to win game 2, and they are standing on the court ready to play game 3. I saw a lot of people checking pulses and things, and he knows his body better than anybody. So it appears, and not even appears, it's exactly what's going to happen. A quick update from court 2. It was Elise Jones and Tyler Leung able to win 16-14 against Julian Arnold and Lauren Stratman. So great win for those two. All right, game 3, here we go.
Yeah, Wilson not doing the standard play and dropping and moving in there. I'm not sure how competitive they're going to be able to be without him being able to move. We'll just kind of have to be along for the ride and see here.
And another push-off fault on Matt Wright. We saw that earlier in the match. So Wilson's been flicking winners, flicking overheads, or excuse me, flicking lobs to force overheads, and there he gets the foot fault from Matt Wright. Big movement there. That's the first like short area push-off that we've seen. Pulled it just wide, so 1-0. We'll switch sides at 6 in game 3.
Excellent location there by David. Held that till the last second and just shoved that into the body of Matt Wright. Great choice.
Second serve.
That forehand is hit well deep from Wilson. So
he does appear to be pushing off the legs
better.
a little bit more. I think, you know, when you're starting game 3 at 0-0, he must at least be willing to push himself athletically a little bit more if he's going to be out there. So we'll have to see.
And that is the first time where he actually had good footwork since the medical timeout. So perhaps it's just getting whatever was causing him a problem to calm down, and maybe that's happening. And that is the no-go zone for Kovalova right there. Not today, she would say.
And
Don't bring that through the middle.
I have to feel like Vivian David probably wouldn't have been that ambitious if she knew her partner was 100%. She may have waited and grinded a little longer for her attack.
There's Thomas Wilson speeding it up, but even the usually joyous celebrations these two have after winning points is the softest paddle tap, and I get it. If you have almost nothing in reserve, keep it for just swinging the paddle. That goes deep. So Thomas Wilson, who's cousins with A.J. Kohler, who loves a lot more than anybody, is going to the cousin well here.
And again, I think you're going to see a lot of variety from Thomas Wilson here. He's going to have a puncher's chance, right? Where he's going to lob, he's going to speed up, but he's not going to grind out as many dinks because you need your body to be 100% in order to play that patient style.
1-1-2.
Another push-off foot fault by Matt Wright after the lob again from Thomas Wilson. So something Matt Wright's going to have to look at in his procedures to hit an overhead, because tennis players do rotate and push off, and he keeps getting called on it. And now Thomas Wilson does the baking after the shake from his partner, and okay,
and they're starting to
lead here.
Show signs of life of what they were playing like before the medical timeout.
Side out.
Again, look for a steady diet of drives, lobs, anything that gets them out of the standard pattern when Thomas Wilson touches the ball.
Yet another lob combination, but that time the speed up in the middle is handled by Matt Wright with a little help from the net.
Yeah, he kind of read that speed up coming middle, and anytime you have good timing on that forehand, it's normally point over when you have Matt Wright's power.
Second serve.
Too much power on the counter there, but again, Vivian David able to get on top of that ball, hit down on that. Really tough for Matt Wright to straighten that volley out.
And that's the way Wilson was moving earlier in the match. Not maybe all the way, but certainly somewhere past 50%, which he was at 1% at the end of game 2.
Yeah, it's the first time we've heard his shoes squeaking out there, and that's a great sign for him.
Wow, Lob Fest 2023 here.
First time I believe he's tried that on the backhand side. Most of us find that a little bit tougher.
Side out.
Vivian David was looking for the shake and bake, and then she bailed on the bake, and the oven was already at 500 degrees. Game over.
Ended up kind of screening her partner out from being able to see that ball there.
Second serve.
What a great reach in there by David.
She really maximizes, you know, a lot of things from a posture standpoint, and her lean was perfect right there.
And Vivian David rolls a beautiful forehand in, and again, health will put to the side. This is looking a little more like games 1 in the first half of game 2. And a blistering forehand drive by Thomas Wilson is finished by Vivian David. Here we go.
We're seeing some signs of life. This is promising, and this is where we were the first game and a half. So it's happy to see this.
Thomas Wilson is feeling a lot better, at least in those 5 seconds. Sliding across the kitchen and mashing a winner.
He's looking like his old self. We don't know how much is in the tank, but this is exciting to watch. We'll see if Matt and Lucy are able to find another gear themselves here.
And a huge overhead from Thomas Wilson. And now they are investing in high fives as well. So, my goodness, what a physical rally here, Kyle. Not just the rally in the sense of coming back and playing, but right there, he's getting the cold compress. Can he get to the finish line? We'll find out right after that. All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie, and Thomas Wilson's health has been the story of this second half of this match, and he has played on and continues to find just a little more energy.
Second serve.
And Viv got super low, but just couldn't will it over.
I was going to say she did everything she could with getting her body underneath that ball, but still, unfortunately, caught the tape for her.
6-2.
Great deep serve.
Point.
And a absolute gift from Kovalova. That ball is going to be about 4 feet wide and deep.
And what's worse is she definitely knows it at this point,
no
right?
doubt.
So she's a little frustrated. She just got to center herself, and they've got to make a push here now.
Side out.
And that time the inside out attack from David, and she goes, why did I do that? Because that's a tell.
Yeah, I think she's maybe gone there one too many times. Wright was able to get on top of that volley and ultimately win the point.
Second serve.
Matt Wright unable to hit that, and Vivian Davis going, well, I might have gotten away with something there, but okay.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Side out.
Just a great volley down from Vivian David. So again, obviously she was trying to do as much as she could at the end of game 2, maybe too much. I don't blame her. Obviously, we all would have done that. So now back to the role that she was playing so well earlier in the match as Wilson's moving a little better.
Second serve.
Oh, and Wilson got exactly what he wanted on the combo platter there, just didn't finish it.
Yeah, contact point just got a little bit too much into the body. He knew where it was going, but that's where hand speed can be such a differentiator in these matchups.
Side out.
Yes, ambitious from David there to try and finish that off, but if she goes in front of her there, maybe.
Yeah, I think May would have had a shot if she would have kept the attack in front of her to cut down the angle. It's one of those where you commit to it, you kind of know the ball's too low, but at that point, you're kind of stuck.
Second serve.
And again, any ball Wilson gets that he can do anything offensive, and that includes many offensive lobs that we've seen here, he's going to do it. So that might be a place to not put the ball right now for Wright and Kovalova.
Point.
That's a beautiful attack and finish from Matt Wright.
And Vivian David and Thomas Wilson lost that point, but if Wilson is willing to try an Ernie, that's a pretty good sign for where his tank is at from an energy standpoint.
Point.
And one of the rare unforced errors from Vivian David throughout this match.
You know, it looked like a situation where she wanted to dink it, but she didn't want to be, too passive, so she decided to attack at the last second and just didn't have a clear idea of what she wanted to do with that ball.
Touch.
And that just, even though it was deep, it did just skid off It's harder to hit a 10mm paddle, but 16, that thing's going to clunk right off it. So, okay, 7-4.
Second serve.
Kovalova was quick to get out of the way of the first ball and then just ready with the two-way.
Well, it's the risk you take when you run around to hit that forehand. You do leave some court exposed, and Kovalova was able to find that with the counterattack.
And the David reset clinic continues.
Point.
Again, the point's going to be over one way or the other if you put the ball there that's passive. He's not going to sit around all day. He knows what he thinks he's capable of. And
8-4-2.
again, they were within 2 in game 2, weren't able to get there. They're within 3 right here. Wilson takes over and a fist pump at the end, so feeling a little better. Still immediately back to pushing in on his chest. This is just, it's just an unbelievable watching someone try and will their body through this.
Yeah,
and
what
again, they're within 2.
And what did it for him on that last speed up was not the speed up alone, but he guessed right as to where that counterattack was going to go. He was already moving to that location before he hit the second ball.
And Kovalova miss on a ball down the line. There's tough body language on the far side, and we are at match point for Wilson and David. And they were able to grind it out and get it back. So we mentioned they rallied from 10-2 down, and it's a point like that has got to take a huge toll on Thomas Wilson as he's trying to find it. There's a lot of movement, so that obviously we're in a new game, so they do have timeouts. They choose to use one right here. 1 point from the finish line. Can they get there? So here's where we're at. David Wilson had a match point there. It was saved on a long dink rally. So Kovalova and Wright get the ball back after a timeout, and I expect a very slow point, but Wilson is going to go with the lob overhead combo. Again, what a get by Kovalova.
Second serve.
So Dave, if you're Kovalova and Wright in that timeout, they're down 4-10. They're playing against a team where one of their opponents is not 100%. What are you talking about? What's in that conversation?
I think you just got to throw away the second half of that sentence and just stay. Let's make him play and hit a lot of balls like we did on the point before, and not give him a forehand where he can pull the trigger or lob us because it's working.
Point.
That is it
and
right
to
there.
Your point, yep. Points can build organically if you're just willing to wait for it to move just like that.
There shouldn't be a speed up by those two once they get to the line.
Point.
Okay, 6-10-2. This is just one of the more
6-2.
interesting matches we've ever seen on center court based on a health situation. And look at Thomas Wilson, still has the energy to Ernie. He's pushing in on his chest, deep breath, and they have match point number 2 after a just gorgeous shot right there.
And this has been a gutsy performance out of him. Really, really has.
And that will do it in a remarkable recovery from Thomas Wilson, who literally wasn't able to move much in game 2, took a full medical timeout, was clearly not at his best, and Vivian David and Thomas Wilson are able to win and advance. Obviously, the #1 thing we are all worried about is how well is that man right there, but they finished and they hugged, and that, you know, you talk about these performances of players able to find it when their health is not at their best. That was a remarkable performance from Thomas Wilson.
Well, welcome back to center court. Thomas Wilson, Vivian David here with me. Guys, I can't believe I'm standing in the winner's circle with you both. That match unfortunately became about your health towards the end. How did you power through that, and what was going on out there?
I don't know how. I mean, playing with Viv helped. She kept me calm, but somehow toward the end of the second game, when the adrenaline's going, my heart rate gets high, my heart goes into arrhythmia, and it was 208 or something crazy. So the physician's kind of looking at my wife, who's an NP, like a little concerned, so that I'm concerned as well. So it finally started to slow down. It was still off. That's why I was kind of walking around trying to keep my heart rate low, but somehow we figured it out. I apologize to Matt and Lucy. That's just awkward playing in a match like that, and the fans for sticking with us. So thank you. I appreciate the support.
Well, Viv, talk about how hard it is to stand next to a partner who's fighting with this and be a support system for him on and off the court.
It's very hard. I mean, I don't think words can really describe the scare that I usually have when that happens. It happened a couple of times in the past. And I tell him, I'm like, dude, if you feel like you can't, like, it's just a match. It's just pickleball at the end of the day. Your life is more important than a pickleball match. So I try to be the supportive partner, and I mean, yeah, there were highs and lows, and there's some big lows, but we powered through, and at the end, we came with a W. Again, it was awkward, so I apologize to Matt and Lucy, because I've been there where opponents were not feeling great, and it's tough to kind of really lock in and play full out, because you're worried about your opponent, like their health, where their life is not doing so well at the moment. But yeah, kudos to Thomas, like, just to power through it. You're a stud.
All right, guys, well, with that, you are through to the semifinals. Now to rest, now to recover. What are you going to do to make sure that you're going to be okay to play later on?
Hydrate, rest, and do whatever my wife tells me.
That's the key for a lot of us out there, actually, I think. Guys, congratulations. Go rest up. Dave.
Well, this is the first one that I've been to, and I'm going to put it on my bucket list to see a few more. This is class all the way. Everybody's having a good time. We're seeing the best in the world play, and we've got a fantastic semifinal up for you guys. This is an all-star lineup. Dave, tell them who we got here.
Well, I'll tell you what we got. We got Tyson McGuffin and Catherine Parento back together. We believe, because they've said it, are playing a full schedule. And then we've got the team that lost once last year, Anna Lee Waters and Ben Johns.
One time in, 0-0-2.
Catherine Parento will start us. Let's play pickleball.
Point.
And an Ernie from Anna Lee Waters early on, but it's Parento and McGuffin who hit the scoreboard first here. There's the speed up at Anna Lee Waters, and she's ready. And McGuffin ate the next one.
And that's going to be the challenge. There's not a lot of available space to bring offense against this time. So we'll see how McGuffin and Parento are able to implement their will in these points here.
That's a good reach in. A little stare from McGuffin. He did not turn around. I like it. Got to play with big energy. That's how he wins. Unbelievable hands from Parento there. Oh, and then can't will the next one over. Screened. That ball was never getting to
We've
her.
all been there. An amazing get, then you get a routine ball and you miss the second one.
Side out.
That catches the tape and doesn't come back. So quick hold there.
1-1-1.
So 1-1-1 here early. Big serve from McGuffin.
Point.
Looks like Waters did have a little bit of space going back behind McGuffin there, unable to convert, just clicks the tape.
Great take from Ben Johns there. Just don't let that drive get to your partner.
Sometimes you got to be greedy out there, Dave, especially if you have the kind of skill set that Ben Johns has.
Yeah, if you go get it.
Side out.
Parento did a great job of handling that cross-court attack from Anna-Leigh Waters, but too much Ben Johns after that.
Point.
And I think a big stat in this match to pay attention to would be how well do McGuffin and Parento handle the offense with their counter punching. I don't think for either one of them it's their biggest natural weapon. They've each, I believe, worked quite hard on getting better at it. So we'll see how they're able to handle that offensive onslaught from Waters and Johns here.
And Anna-Leigh Waters with a great move, and then looked down and was like, please be on the side, please be on the, oh no, right in the middle of the line.
You always hold your breath for a half second to make sure you're in the clear.
Good call there by Michael Kunkus. Ed Johnson is our second referee.
Point. Three, two.
Oh, and then after being way ahead, Johns gets the perfect skitter off the top of the tape.
Yeah, when the best team in the world's getting some good fortune, you just have to really show some mental toughness if you're competing against them.
As awkward as you will ever see Anna-Leigh Waters, just never happens.
Yeah, she dropped the head of the paddle, which is, I think, the correct form in order to bring it higher, but she didn't really engage her body much on that one. Looked a little surprised by the location.
We're still playing, folks. Oh, she wanted to finish with the poach. Defense, Anna-Leigh Waters speeds it up, and McGuffin says, well, I hit 8 winners earlier, but this one's going to count right there. Bang.
Yeah, and a great job for McGuffin and Waters to not get frustrated. They had plenty of opportunities to put the ball away, but they stayed in there and eventually got the one they needed.
Parento on the deck with the save.
What a point here.
And that time the speed up from Waters works. And the beauty of this team is they can play offense, they can play defense, they speed it up, they're happy to play slow, and then when they strike,
3-4-2.
the other one can finish. Okay, and the first bark from McGuffin, and him being very aggressive is important here, especially when they're serving.
Yeah, he's going to naturally rip drives, but what I loved about that point is he closed in after the drive. It's going to take more than one shot normally to win points off of Waters and Johns here.
Oh, and a little Friday the 13th luck for Parento there. It's still Friday the 13th in Canada, too.
5-4-2.
There's no conversion rate on the calendar.
It's not Saturday over there.
No. Oh, no. And then a missed serve after getting a little gift.
Second serve. Four, 5-2. Point. Five, 5-2. Point. Six, 5-2. Side out. Five, 6-1. Second serve. 5-6-2. Side out. Six, 5-1. Point. Timeout receiving team, 7-5-1, 1 minute. Time in,
On 35 courts. Hello, pickleball.
Second serve.
Nice job releasing that one hand to go with that one-handed punch.
7-5-2.
There.
Side out.
And just deep from Ben John, so a little frustrated with that. So good timeout there by McGuffin and Parento. Get the ball back. They got 2 stops, no damage. Oh my. Pull it backside.
And not just the location, but the pace she managed perfectly. Actually cleared McGuffin's body in a high location, but because it was slow, it still found the court.
And just wide on the poach there from Ben Johns, and it is 6-7-2.
Point.
I think that caught body part there and not paddle from Ben Johns, because it did go over, but point is over if it hits your forearm or wherever that caught him.
Guffin was joking around saying play on.
Slow flick it at me. I'm going to slow flick it back at you, says McGuffin with the 1-0 there. What a ball from McGuffin.
I will see yours and do you one better. This is impressive. A team that's been completely dominant today is getting a good test from McGuffin and Rancho here.
They're down 1. Leave that one up. So here we go. 7-8 On a 1, game 1 of our first semifinal, and I can tell you one person who hopes this goes 15-13 in the third is Thomas Wilson,
7-8-1.
just to have that break that he needs to get ready for his semifinal.
Absolutely.
Second serve.
And Parento has been lights out on her defense and counters so far in this match.
7-8-2. Side out.
Another slightly greedy ball from Annalie Waters. They're trying to push it down the line,
8-7-1.
backing off the kitchen. And again, no harm done, and they're up 1.
Yeah, it's usually a sign of feeling pressure
Second
for her
serve.
to, try to thread the needle before it's really set up. So we'll see how that plays out.
8-7-2.
Look at that come back in, but McGuffin patiently finishes. And folks, this team looks fantastic. They are pushing the top seed, and they have forced a timeout call from Johns and Waters. 9-7. The Selkirk duo looking great here. So we've talked a lot about paddles. We see Ben Johns there, or we will see him in a second. There you see McGuffin and Parento, but he's using Project Perseus, which is coming out. That is one of the greatest Greek heroes, Slayer of Medusa. Okay.
Side out.
All right, so they get the stop, so they cannot get to that. Oh, you'd love to get to 10 and put a little bit more pressure, unable to do it. So 7-9 on a 1 here for Ben Johns and his Perseus Project Paddle pickleball.
Second serve.
A little ambitious there.
7-9-2.
Kind of like we talked about, they're feeling some of the extra pressure in the neutral jink rallies.
And Scorpion Mead, this says Parento. Just, she has played, if you go back and start from the beginning to now in this match, just so solid. And then look at her get that Selkirk paddle up and ready. The air, the power, it was ready.
Well, at this level, there's a difference between making the volley and sticking the volley, and she's stuck about every volley she's had an opportunity to play.
So missed third there from McGuffin. You want to try and get that magical 10 here. And a huge drive from Parento, and they are exactly there, folks. Game point for Parento and McGuffin.
Side out.
Oh no, and a missed third. So 2 missed thirds are what get the ball back here for the top seed.
7-10-1.
And can they do it? They've come back so many times if they've ever needed to. We'll see if they can come up with the goods right here.
Point.
Step around attack from McGuffin is thwarted by Annalie Waters. 8-10.
8-10-1.
Oh, and a little flick from McGuffin goes deep, and it is 9-10-1, and it is now Parento and McGuffin who have to say, wait a minute, and let's slow this down, and you've got to take those missed thirds out of your mind. They may have been creeping in there on that shot. Big finish coming right back.
There's 1 timeout remaining.
Well, folks, this is what a semifinal should look like. The crowd is loving it. And it is 9-10-1, Ben Johns to serve. tremendous job by McGuffin coming out of the timeout. Doesn't come out tight, comes out with aggression, Kyle.
No, this is where champions are made, right? It's a mixture of grit, poise, and just mental toughness that's going to get you over the finish line in these tight matches.
And Anna Lee Waters, after short hopping a couple of dinks, sees an opening and takes it right here, and we're tied at 10. And shake and bake, and suddenly the game point is with the top seed at 11-10-2.
Just an onslaught of offense from Ben Johns there.
Oh, and a ball off the net court on the attack, and after a brilliantly played game number 1, it is that small a margin that makes a difference. McGuffin and Parento had every chance, had the ball on their paddle, didn't even get into the point with a missed third, and they now have to dig out of a loss in game 1. They got to 10. They did not get to 11. Can they get to 11 in game 2? We'll find out. Well, this is the Hyundai Masters, and you got to be a master of your body, your mental fortitude, and your ability to execute when the chips are all pushed into the middle of the table and the top seed were able to get it done.
Yeah, McGuffin and Parento gave themselves the chances, but they just had a tiny lapse in their level for a couple of points, and against the best team in the world, sometimes that's all it takes.
So here we go, game 2. And there's that flick from McGuffin. He got one in, and sometimes when you make that first one, you're like, oh, I'm going to make 3 or 4 of these. Now he's missed the next 2. Look at Parento pull the trigger. I think that did kiss the tape, though, with the way she apologized.
0-1-1. Point.
Another one where the footwork on Anna Lee is, which is usually perfection, not there.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you just misread the ball a little bit, your arm goes to the right spot, but you forget about kind of staying in that pocket with your lower body.
Point.
And these teardrop thirds from Parento are just looking fantastic rolling in there.
Yeah, McGuffin is enhancing it by sprinting in afterwards, and they've got a couple of errors here from Waters. Let's see if they can build on that.
I mean, tremendous ATP from McGuffin, and now it's like a normal shot, like yawn. I got the defense there from Anna Lee Waters. That was brilliant.
Made it look easy, made it look very, very easy.
Beautiful topspin lob. Johns was thinking tweener, but didn't do it. Switcheroo. And just wide from Johns. These points are at a ridiculous level, what it takes to win one.
Yeah, McGuffin was putting his footwork on display there, and they're going to need that from him. He's dancing around, looking to find a few more forehands. He's not as capable offensively with his backhand off the bounce, and they're going to need his offense in this match.
So patient until so not.
You know, I think that's in the budget to some degree. I think at this level, you're not just waiting for an error. You're looking for your offensive moment. It wasn't, the red carpet wasn't rolled out, but sometimes you have to thread those needles or at least go for it.
the scorpion tail is only on one side of your body, and do you get extra points for catching the ball? Absolutely
That's
not.
what Parenta wants to know.
Yeah, she wants 4. She wants a 4-pointer there for nice hands, but when we say nice hands in pickleball, we mean with the paddle.
Right, right. She got that one a little off.
And then Johns with his hands on his hips. Project Perseus ripped one about 3 feet wide on the next one.
2-3-2. Side out.
Okay, and then a missed dink. So again, Parento and McGuffin, they sort of hung in there and got in front and had a chance. Let's see if they can follow that script here and just get one more point.
Yeah, really liking their body language between points.
Yes.
They really seem ready to compete. They're very connected from a chemistry standpoint, and they're here to fight.
That's just a gorgeous attack from Ben Johns from below the top of the table.
Yeah, knows that if he can get that ball into the right hip of McGuffin, very tough for him to straighten that out, especially if he can get down on it, which he did.
Side out.
A lot of movement from McGuffin there, and then a forehand error, and I know he wants to press the pace.
2-3-1.
You know, that's two chances in a row that have been missed, but he's got to keep going, and there, I want to talk about going. Ponytails flying, and there goes Anna Lee Waters.
Yeah, she has such a unique ability to poach off of either side. It looks like the court is open, and she closes the gap instantly.
Another forehand that goes deep from McGuffin. He's shaking his head. He's got to get on top of the underneath and get that roll to fall.
And I'd rather see him get beat by the counterattack of Waters than be, missing these balls in the tape or long. Sometimes just making your opponent beat you is something to be said for it.
Point.
Good read by McGuffin, but Waters and Johns were in a race to get to that ball first after this right here.
Yeah, he read it right, but he wasn't totally able to get on top of it. It stayed level, and Johns and Waters punished him on the next ball.
And this is what the top seed does to you. You think you're up 4, and you were, and then 40 seconds later, you're down 4. It's crazy. All right, can Parento and McGuffin rally? We'll find out. Welcome back, everybody. This is semifinal number 1 of 2, and Anna Lee Waters and Ben Johns have pushed ahead by a couple. We'll see if they can keep that going.
Point.
Again, the spot that he is choosing, Kyle, is what makes the difference there.
Well, I feel like he's probing, or has been probing. He's tried the forehand a couple of times, and Parento's been up to the task, put that one right into her body, and really handcuffed her there.
And if Ben Johns is going to be on the right side of the court, why not let him be a spectator over there as Anna Lee Waters rips a two-hander right through McGuffin and Parento, and this run continues. And it is Anna Lee Waters playing the left with a little flick there of her own. And my goodness, this is getting very dangerous for the Selkirk duo.
And I believe that one-handed roll is a newly acquired shot in her game, which is scary to think that she's only getting better.
Warning, pro player, ladies. Oh, she was coming. But look at Ben Johns. I know he didn't win the point, but he's waving the two-y at you now, too, as something to attack with. See that coming up on this next ball right here.
He's kind of throwing a little extra left elbow in there, kind of like Riley Newman, to add a little disguise as to where he's taking it.
And another gorgeous flick winner. And this is a duo. They can feel when they are pressing it, too. And the crowd's like, wow. And they look at the smiles. I mean, they know they're entertainers too. I mean, they're unbelievable athletes, but the pace that they can put on you and the pressure, you have to call timeout because they know it, and they know you know it, and that's the hardest part.
They know that you know that I know. No, very true. And yeah, veteran move here by McGuffin and Parento calling the timeout, but you can kind of sense it in the air. In the first game, Waters and Johns, their shot selection started getting a little bit ambitious, even for their skill set, but they're settled in now. They're playing much more free, and having a lead can allow you to do that to some degree too.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard affects the way you swing the paddle. It's just an inanimate object back there, but it's right here in your head.
Well, I think there's a reason Ben Johns, the first time I think we've seen him try that two-handed off the bounce attack is when he has the lead. So they're very aware of that.
And just all sorts of beautiful resets from Parento there. She was under siege.
She's played a fantastic match. They're down, but not a lot to say negatively about how she's played at all.
She's played brilliantly. Oh, the big Cobra was up. And Anna-Lee Waters finishes down the middle. And I know that's got to be disheartening. We're both saying Catherine Parento's playing unbelievable. She is. It's down a game and down 9-3. I mean, that's the reality here.
Side out.
Geffen definitely wants that one back. Looks like he saw it coming. It was just a little bit early and got too much on top of that one.
So 2 points from a second Sunday ticket for both players. And now it is match point. It is Sunday point here in the desert. And that will do it. So a very impressive fight from Parento and McGuffin, but the top seeds, Anna-Lee Waters and Ben Johns, show you why they're the top seed. Yeah, they're playing on Sunday. Yeah, we keep telling everybody about how amazing these draws are. They are, and guess what? The top two players are playing mixed doubles on Sunday, they're playing singles on Sunday, and we'll see tomorrow if they're playing men's and women's doubles. They're that good.
Well, they can beat you in so many ways, and they're so intelligent. They have such high pickleball IQs that they can really choose which shots to match up against which opponents. I thought Parento and McGuffin did such a good job in game one of really neutralizing and winning a lot of those neutral dinking points, but more variety got thrown their way in game two, and they weren't able to keep up.
Yep, they saved 1 game point in game 1. We'll talk to the winners with Hannah Johns right after this.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, where we have 2 not unfamiliar winners here in the winner's circle. Anna-Lee Waters, Ben Johns, you're headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, that was a new partnership you got to see across the net, and you played a very close game 1 against them. Did you feel like you figured them out at the end?
Yeah, it's always tough to play a new partnership. I think it's good for the sport to see different matchups. So me and Ben, the first game, were just trying to figure out what we were doing. We had a strategy in the beginning, and then I think we got away from it. So we just had to really focus when we were down 10-7 in the first, and then we switched sides. We were on the better side, and we took it from there.
The better side, is there a better side out here today? Some of us at home watching don't know about the conditions out here.
Yeah, when the sun's glare kind of hits on the white shirts, it can be a little bit off-putting for the ball visibility. And that's really the only factor here. There's not much wind. It's nice conditions other than that. So I think it maybe played a minor role, but I think we were just a lot more comfortable game 2. Didn't play quite as passively. We were attacking a lot more, basically got in the zone, and that makes a huge difference.
AL, did I see you sneak onto the left, not once, but a few times in game 2?
Yeah, I'm trying to push him over to the right side. Anytime I see an opportunity, I'm like, give me over to the left. Ben's been teaching me the flick, so I've been trying to do it today. So as much as I can, I want to go to the left side.
I saw you got one flicked.
I did, but he stepped on my foot, so he made it a little bit harder than it should have been.
No partnership is without its difficulties, guys. Well, congratulations. We'll see you on Championship Sunday. Dave.
All right, so here we go. We got Tyler Loon ready to serve. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
And interesting, we saw Matt and Lucy using the new Onyx paddle. We do not see Callie Smith, who uses the same Premier paddle. She's sticking with that, at least for this tournament. And speaking of Matt and Lucy on court 2, if you were watching that, James Ignatowicz and Lindsay Newman win that 15-11. So an impressive big finish for those two as they were down and came roaring back. So they will continue on.
And another first-time partnership,
yes.
I believe. So yeah, doing good things here in 2023.
1-0-2.
Again, this is one game to 15. We'll switch sides at 8.
Side out.
And look at Jones. Go ahead, big man. Swing at me.
Love to see her improving her counterattack. And for those of you at home, if you feel as though you're getting attacked and not able to catch up, she does a great job of being a little bit off that line to give herself a little more reaction time to be able to swing back.
Yeah, if the ball's not in an advantageous position, do not listen to coaches that say you must be planted at the kitchen line. That's bad coaching.
Yeah, certainly not a one-size-fits-all, but a lot of us have a lot of benefit just sagging a little bit off the line at certain times.
Oh, I wanted to see something fun with that being just over, and they had to reach over and maybe hit it back into the net. I was hoping for something fun, didn't have enough oomph.
Second serve.
Oh, and then what did Jay do the second that serve went in the net? He stared a hole through that Vulcan, like laser eyes.
We've talked about it before, Dave. It's always the paddle, not the player.
I mean,
right?
There's no way Jay would miss a serve. Freaking Vulcan. And there it is again. I mean, Tyler Leung was there before the ATP was even struck by Jay DeVilliers.
An extremely explosive athlete. Been playing pickleball a long time. Has excellent anticipation as well about where to be.
Second serve.
Great handle, though, by Leung. That ball was hammered from DeVilliers, and Jones couldn't get it in the kitchen.
Though Elise Jones lost that point, still looked pretty capable on some of those counters. That sends a message as the match continues, where even if you win speeding up, if the counter was quality, you're a little more selective about going there.
And look at Elise Jones come flying in like, all right, I see you.
Yeah, when you can go from defense to offense and back-to-back shots, it really makes your opponents feel pressure about their own shot selection.
1-1-2. Side out.
And again, they come out on top of a little bit of a firefight there, and
Callie Smith has gone every time with the attack to Elise Jones' two-handed backhand. Curious to see if she'd have a little more success trying to jam her in the body a little bit more. We'll see.
again, a serve off the net that stays in as a replay on the PPA Tour. That'll go wide, and I
second serve.
Need to thank Carvana as being our sponsor. So on the Carvana PPA Tour, I really appreciate their support and all the sponsors. Wow, what athleticism there.
And both Jones and Leung wanted that one. They both read that high attack in the middle.
2-1-2.
All over that one.
I formation, and it's just wide from Leung. I love the way they flowed in that point.
Yeah, they lost the point, but I love how, they flowed. Jones naturally deferred to Leung when he was being a little bit more aggressive. Liking the chemistry that I'm seeing here.
Second serve.
There's the advantage of having two forehands in the middle there. Leung just sticks it out just a little farther and gets the ball down in a winner.
Yeah, he does such a good job of keeping his forehand counterpunch tight with that elbow in. Not a lot of backswing there. It really enhances his natural reflexes.
Lob, volley. Look at swing and a miss from Callie, and then still gets there.
She got one more ball back, but we've talked about the lively arm that Leung has. When he gets a high ball on that forehand, generally is put away.
Yeah.
See you later.
Thanks for coming out. Please drive safely, says Tyler Leung. That's a beautiful slide and counter from Callie Smith.
Yeah, very short, compact, and strong motion. She definitely knows her way around the gym, and it definitely shows in her counter-punching ability.
Side out.
Elise Jones a little late with the forehand counter there. And
1-2-1.
Pop up to Jay is going to be pulled off the back of the court and hit over the other side every time. That time she's able to get on top of it. And Leung says, I will go ahead and finish. They've been talking about how I finish, Elise.
I think she's fine with being the setup player, and, he can let him eat out there. Let him eat.
Wow, Tui from Leung you don't see very often, so everybody's got to have one.
It's maybe what he wanted for Christmas, because he's certainly adding that in. It's good to see.
What a get. She's on the ground. She's up. Oh, no. And after another classic Elise Jones get, some sort of a weird bounce or footwork over there.
Yeah,
oh, what a shame.
If it hit a spot on the court or if something was going on with the ball, but definitely kind of an uncharacteristic error to finish that.
And the Vulcan punch happens again.
1-2-1.
I mean, what a pitcher's duel here. We have played a while, and it is 1-2-1.
Second serve.
And Callie Smith cannot believe she didn't make that ball.
Yeah, she definitely set herself up with the previous couple of swings. Always frustrating when you don't finally convert that high ball that you earned.
Nice lob volley from Leung there, and the sky hook, which we saw Staxrud yesterday in singles, hit one of the best sky hooks we've ever seen. De Villiers unable to execute that.
Second serve.
Yeah, and if you dink in front of you and it's up, guess what? Bad things happen to your partner.
Yeah, smart location on the finish from Callie Smith, too. She knew Tyler Leung would be looking to protect the middle with his forehand, got him right into the body there.
Side out.
Let's just play first 1 to 4. Okay? I mean, this is unbelievable.
Side out city out here.
Yeah. I mean, this is one for all you rec players that are, next paddles on. You're like, are you kidding me, you guys? Like, come on now.
I recall. 2-2-1.
Well, some people have made an argument for long-term, the game potentially going to rally
For
scoring.
sure. This would be it right here.
Point.
Not that this isn't entertaining, it just doesn't scoreboard any.
Exactly.
3-2-1.
Balance from Jones there and can't make it, and suddenly we have our first run of the match here, 3 in a row for Smith and De Villiers.
Second serve.
I like de Villiers' court positioning, though. They lost that point, but he's really just planting himself in the middle, really forcing Loom and Jones to adjust to him over the course of the match. I think that's going to be a good play for them.
And again, Loom sneaking with that forehand in the middle and gets caught backside.
Yeah, especially in mixed, when you feel that need to maybe cover a little bit more than 50% of the court if you're the male player. You tend to get leaning middle. The body's a great option for your opponents to attack you.
And the first lefty scorpion of the day here on center. Well done by Loom.
Loom decided, have a seat and hit some scorpions.
Second serve.
Way too high, and de Villiers has such a beautiful one-handed backhand finish.
Yeah, not just the power there, but he really pulled that ball with spin cross court, exploding off the court.
Point.
And that is the way Jones and Loom will make hay all day long, letting that man chase and slap.
Yeah, he has mentioned it earlier, such a compact forehand motion. He doesn't need much time to take control of the point.
Ooh, and a missed return, and now a little run back the other way.
4-5-2.
Ooh, and just can't sneak over.
5-4-1. Second serve.
Missed third from de Villiers, having a little chat and timeout over there. Comes back.
Sometimes it just takes a moment to center yourself and get ready for the next point.
There's the same ball that Jones left up in front of her, and Callie Smith just tattoos that. That didn't go straight to where it went. That took a little piece of Loom with it.
Yeah, she is intentionally hitting that ball extra big because she knows she's attacking cross court, and the hand speed and reflexes of Loom are elite.
And there's the reach of de Villiers, and that's what this team can do. I know they're new and they're going to play some together this year, and that's the danger when you see them on the other side. There's a lot of weapons.
Yeah. De Villiers covers more court than most even elite male players in mixed, and he's great on the stretch with those flick volleys.
First Ernie from Loom is stopped. And again, it is de Villiers ready to make a difference with that backhand, and they've doubled up. So those of you maybe new to how the back draw works, once one team gets to 8, we switch sides. Got to get to 15, got to be ahead by 2. Will Smith and de Villiers keep their lead. All right, folks, welcome back. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie, and that duo you see right there has pushed in front after a very slow start as it relates to scoring. Everybody was getting side outs, well, now they've gotten up to 8. See if they can keep it rolling.
Point.
And they can get a miss off the dink from Elise Jones, and it's 9-4.
Yeah, she's known for her consistency at the kitchen line, so definitely frustrated with herself giving one away there.
Just catches the edge of the line from Loom. And that slap just can't catch up to the pace.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. Some people on their finish will use a little bit more spin. His is a pretty flat motion, and it's pretty easy for him to put it away anything up at all.
Good lead from Callie Smith, and de Villiers just camped. There's no rule that says he must straddle that center line, but he's doing it, and it's been very, very, very aggressive and working.
And that's a little bit of that game within a game here, Dave, is Elise Jones is doing a great job of countering. She's a little bit off the line, but if your opponent has faster hands and they don't give up any court positioning, as that point continues, sometimes the advantage stays with the person closer to the line.
Second serve.
Nice slide and scorpion finish, and by scorpion, for those new to that term, you're bringing that paddle up above to protect your body and hit down, and perfectly done there by Jones. And Callie Smith goes for the attack, and that is deep. So Elise Jones hanging in there with all those two-y roll dinks. And again, it looks like it might be open to his left, but it's just 20 feet wide, and he's like 18 feet wide himself.
4-9-2.
That's just too much Jocelyn de Villiers right there.
Point. And the reason that, you know, players can get away with just clogging the middle is it's so difficult when the point becomes fast to hit a counter punch short angle, right? So generally the faster that point becomes, the more likely that location's going to be more middle.
What defense we are seeing here. Oh, Elise Jones is there. We're back even. Can they finish it? Oh no. And Elise Jones does the backward somersault after missing a dink, after stopping 6, 7, 8 overhead, smoked right at him.
Yeah, you know she's frustrated after getting everything back up to that point, but you got to have a short-term memory. You're still in the middle of a tight match. You got to move on. Oh.
And it carried over to the next one in a missed return, and now we're at 10-5.
10-5-1. Second serve.
De Villiers had the one he wanted, just wasn't quite able to get on top of that volley. Just cooked it just a little bit long here.
Yes, yes. 10-5-2. Point.
Miss it there. Winner of this match will get the loser of our next semifinal coming up after this. So that's what we will have. So we got a timeout called here. Smith, de Villiers, 4 points from moving on in the back draw. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are on the first stop of the Carvana PPA Tour here. Players decked out in white. This is the Hyundai Masters. We are at Mission Hills Country Club. What a gorgeous setting here just outside of Palm Springs in Rancho Mirage. Just catches the line and does not go ATP.
Side out.
And then a frustrated Frenchman.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, he's wondering if that maybe was high enough to actually attack. Might have got a little too cute or creative with that ball.
Elise Jones thought she had an opening there, but doesn't find the court. And, you know, for all the tennis players watching, you see how the lobs, it's just hard to put an overhead away against a team that plays great defense. So very effective in pickleball. And Kyle, we're seeing more of it both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a one ball put away every time just because the ball goes up in the air. And as the athletes get better and better, the defense gets so much more enhanced. You really have to have that patient aggression as you're competing at this level. Great body control by Elise Jones, who set that up. She was a little out of position, but she's able to get to the open court, plant her feet, sit on a counter, and ultimately set up her partner.
Oh, and a Ernie from Jocelyn DeVilliers on the Ernie King, Tyler Loong. What a move. I mean, look at how big this man is to leap over there. Feet are perfect.
Says you're not the only one with that move in your arsenal.
Oh, long distance something there. I think maybe ATP, but great angle from Elise Jones there. A lot of work to do if you're just joining this match. This is a game 215. Got to make your thirds on the comeback trail.
Yeah, when you're down 5-12, that hurts a little bit more. But again, got to have that short-term memory. Continue to take it 1 point at a time.
What a get from Loong. Oh, and then DeVilliers tries to be super cute and catches the net on the dropper. We would have seen a full Elise Jones dive if that would have gone over.
She was getting ready. Yes. The head was ducked down.
That cape was tucked for Superwoman.
6-12-2. Side out.
And for those of you that don't know Elise Jones' background, she was a very accomplished collegiate volleyball player. I believe she was a setter, set records in college, and certainly has been known to dive around the pickleball court from time to time with that elite defense.
And I just want to borrow the slime from Nickelodeon when Tyler Loong finishes and they fill up the end zone in the football. Like, he's just smoking balls.
Yeah, I'd like to get a radar gun out here and start clocking some of these.
That's just a beautiful place ball from Callie Smith, who's just been so solid in this match. You know, DeVilliers, when you're his partner, he hits a ton of balls in mix, which is usually not the case. And another nice finish from Callie Smith, and I think that dynamic is because of the lefty in front of him as well.
Yeah, it's always different when you're playing a righty-lefty team. You have to find different patterns to win, but DeVilliers is really known for playing his best when he's moving more than the average player.
Lob volley beautifully executed from Tyler Loong there, and tough backhand flick overhead. You know, the tennis player, she's a accomplished D1 tennis player is Callie Smith, so you're used to that swing. Frustrated with the one before it and misses the return.
Yeah, it's so tough to generate much power when it's on your backhand shoulder. Even if you do time it well, it's probably more about getting down on it than necessarily putting it away.
Oh dear. Same shot for the third time, and that looked especially dangerous. We'll just leave that right there. Again, Callie Smith with Forehand viciousness cross court, and then a little filth to go with a little inside out backhand,
and showing the one-handed
Yes.
roll, which is more of a rarity in the women's game of really having that be a weapon. So excellent play by her.
Another chance to close this match out. Callie Smith says, I'll happily do it off the tape. So it is 50% Utah beats 100% Utah here as Callie Smith and Wichita's Jocelyn DeVilliers are moving on. So they can do a little scouting here. They'll actually usually scout to see who the winner is. They'll actually get the loser of our next match in the semifinal. So they'll keep an eye on that. So folks, one more match for you. The big question mark for this match coming up is that second name, the 11th seed Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. Where's his health at? What's he going to be able to do? Did it just take a break? There's been 2 matches since he's played. Was that all he needed? Because those two were playing outrageous pickleball before that health scare came up.
Yeah, you said it, Dave. I mean, it's as well as I've seen them play. You really hope for the best for his health, that they can put on a great show and a great match here.
We'll see what we got when we come back. Thanks for watching. Here we are on center court. Jessie Irvin with Riley Newman. So last year, Riley Newman and Catherine Parento were the only team to beat Annalie Waters and Ben Johns. They did it once. That was it. That was their only loss all year. So this is a unique partnership. We know for a fact that Riley will also be playing with Anna Bright this year. That's been publicly announced. So all of this mixing and matching. Then on the other side, you have a team that's played and practiced quite a bit together in the Austin area, and that's Vivian David and Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, I think, you know, all the teams are trying to find that formula to beat these really elite players. And so there's going to be 2 very different styles here. What I love about being able to watch Riley Newman with Jessie Irvin is she's such a great setup player. Riley Newman is so good at finally sinking his teeth into a point and putting it away. We'll see how their chemistry looks on court, being that this is a brand new partnership. Vivian David and Thomas Wilson have a few more tournaments under their belt. I think the chemistry is a little bit more natural, but we're going to keep an eye on him to see if he's 100% physically here.
Yeah, I already saw him pushing against his chest there and checking. He's monitoring that with whatever device he has. There's so many of those that can keep track of it. So let's hope he is at full health. Jessie Irvin to serve. Let's play pickleball. And Vivian David is coming right back with where we last saw her in the quarterfinals, ripping winners.
Right on cue.
Yes.
Well played.
And smiling away as well.
Second serve.
And Jessie Irvin taking it to Thomas Wilson right out of the gate, able to win that point there.
And another proof of overheads are hard to put away continues. And then after all that, Vivian David speeds it up right at the pancake grip of Riley Newman. It's the simplest put away he's ever had.
She's smiling. She knows that if there's one location to avoid, it was the exact tunnel that she hit, able to laugh it off.
Yeah, and Riley Newman's working out the rotator cuff after all those swings at the overheads.
Second serve.
You won't see him be late on that very often. So just working into the match here is Newman. Again, this is 2 out of 3. We saw a game to 15, but this is a semifinal.
And one of the great things about, you know, professional pickleball at this level is everyone has a different style. There's different grips out there. So when opponents are attacking, they've really got to solve for the puzzle of what is my opponent doing? Where might they be vulnerable for potential attack locations? Got a very patient point here.
Yeah, when you're playing against Jessie Irvin, it's make balls. And Riley Newman, again, we saw Vivian David going behind Matt Wright a bunch in the last, keeping him honest, and does that to Newman right there.
Second serve.
That is a healthy cut at a forehand from Thomas Wilson. So at least from a body rotation and swing, he's feeling quite good. Not feeling great about the execution, but at least it looks like he's swinging away just fine.
He's halfway there.
Yeah.
1-0-1.
Both these ladies extremely comfortable in that forehand to forehand cross-court battle.
And the Ernie from Vivian David. Hello.
She's put it all on display today, Dave. Really looking like she's stepped up her game in the offseason. She was a heck of a player before. She's looking like even better to start this year.
And that is really close. There's 4 eyes staring at it, and they're just not sure. And they're like, yep, I think it caught. I love that that was the decision.
If you have to stare at it that long, and then you really need to call that ball in.
If you call that out after all that, that is just not cool. Oh, a switch miss.
Second serve.
That can happen in the shake and bake there. If it's not finished, you're already stuck where you drove it from.
And when you drive it cross court in a shake and bake situation, you leave your team vulnerable of that natural volley going up your line and behind your partner.
Oh, and the opposite of what's happened a few times is David looking for the ball on the outside and gets beat left shoulder there.
She knew it was coming up, but she gets the wrong shoulder there. Great attack by Riley.
Second serve.
At the last minute, David able to get her paddle on that one.
0-2.
Willing it over the net.
Yes, he has it.
His signature.
I'm not questioning that anymore. It works.
Little hop, skip, and a jump to make sure that thing clears the net.
I mean, it stays at the same height against all aerodynamic odds. Look at Riley Newman rally back to the center there, and then the best thing that ever happened was the fact that it kissed off the net here on right there, and then Wilson a little off balance himself. Unbelievable hands from Riley Newman right there. And you can see that, Kyle, they are not switching when Jessie Irvin is returning on the left side.
Yeah, which is probably pretty telling to see what percentage Wilson has in the tank. If he was 100%, I believe that they would. So they're just trying to compete with a slightly different style here.
What a point from Vivian David. Gorgeous lob volley, offensive, gets them off and then finishes. And I'm not going to be one of the announcers that calls her underrated anymore. She is rated, and she is very, very good.
The word is out on her now, as it should be.
Beautiful finish from Thomas Wilson. So his athleticism is the magic, and it looks like, again, to start that I'm not going to say he's 100%, but he's darn close to it. He was nowhere near it at the end of his last match, but they got through. And Thomas Wilson had turned his back after the overhead choice there.
Yeah, he was already giving up on that one. May have actually ended up having a play on
yeah,
this.
because
but,
Riley didn't hit that hard at all. And there's what movement does. It's not just getting a ball for yourself, it's a miss.
Yeah, you're forcing your opponent to change their natural shot. Irvin felt Wilson sliding over for the poach, tried to go back behind him, but still it's tougher than the standard open court location.
So much syrup on that pancake finish right there. I mean, it's unique. He sits forehand and he can hit inside out like that ball, and it's just got tons of pace from a weird paddle position. That's why he's one of the best players in the world.
The paddle position allows him to get that downward trajectory so naturally. It makes it so much tougher to dig those balls out at your feet.
Irvin can't believe it. I mean, so this is interesting. So she had to give 3 different calls to Newman on whether they're going to switch or not. They ultimately decide to do it, and that was out of kilter before a serve had even been hit.
Okay.
So they're not going to switch here. Just so sneaky from Wilson with the flick, and then again, when Vivian David's gotten opportunities to finish, she's doing it.
Yeah, she's playing elite, and Wilson's variety really looks to be bothering Newman a little bit here, which he's known to be an elite counterpuncher, but hasn't been able to get a great read on some of the attacks from Wilson so far.
Oh, and he was on that one, but the he just dipped a little bit low, and when you see Newman and Irvin switching back and forth, that is great fodder for my confidence on the other side.
Absolutely. They're still kind of working out the bugs, trying to find the best way for them to match up their games together.
Wow. Absolute missile hit at Riley Newman there.
A little extra giddy up on that one.
I mean, very unintentional, but man, was that thing smoked. Gorgeous inside out from Vivian David, and again there was little miscommunication on the ball before that, so Riley Newman right there wasn't sure, and he's just not quite ready. Great job by David of taking advantage. And swat on the and the question is Thomas Wilson good to keep this going, and can they keep this level going? And that goes wide, and that's the danger of attacking Vivian David, because guess what else is in play? That sideline, Kyle.
No, absolutely, and she's shading to cover almost everything with the backhand. There's a tiny, tiny hole for Newman to hit there, and if he misses it slightly, it's wide.
Oh, and there's a ball that's just way overhit because you're frustrated. They're bringing everything back.
We talk about that carryover effect. He was a little frustrated from the last miss, tried to release a little of that frustration, end up making another error here.
8-1-2. And there's a nice cross-court finish. David fought off the first one, but not the second one. But that lead is 7. So Newman and Irvin have chosen to go back to traditional mixed with Riley Newman on the left. Let's see if this can start a run. Nice job by Jessie Irvin there.
Yeah, able to slide to the side, get that extension, get her hands outside the body to maximize power on that two-handed counterpunch.
Yeah, more reach than you think there. Wilson thought he had an opening. He most certainly did not. And after a really nice speed up by David at Newman. Mistake from Thomas Wilson. So 2 quick ones.
Second serve.
Riley known for his defense. Certainly an uncharacteristic block miss in transition there.
What a get from Irvin. Oh my goodness, and David goes back behind Newman again. It all started with another perfect topspin lob from David. All the tricks.
Yeah, I think you're always trying to find that balance of patience with a little bit of aggression, and right now Vivian David is balancing that to perfection with her shot selection.
And Thomas Wilson asked the question that perhaps Vivian is thinking inside but would never say out loud why.
You know, tougher to speed up when you're kind of doing the I formation as a team. Didn't really know that with Vivian David behind him there.
Just wide from Thomas Wilson. There's a question about whether it was seen in or out there.
Very, very close.
Thomas Wilson asks.
You challenged it. It's good. It's good. Okay.
Oh, wait. This ball is overruled here. So that is Howard Simon. Wait, what is happening? Okay. Howard Simon is not overruling after there was a statement saying that he was. He is not. Carry on. Well, that ball didn't come up at all there. Laura Smart is our lead referee who's been calling the score. Great referee duo there. Heavy return. And Vivian David ducking for her life as Thomas Wilson's movement is much improved here.
Certainly has a lively arm himself. Pretty nice looking put away there.
Vivian David does the little skip frustration. I'm sure she's smiling over there, though, too. Went head-to-head with Newman. Again, they do not want to switch sides with Irvin coming in, so they're going to keep her over there on the left.
I think the thinking is it puts more pressure on Irvin's return. She's got to cover more territory, unwinding the stack there. They just want to make sure as a team they hit a good first volley and maintain control for as long as possible.
100%, and you know that is the formation that Riley and his sister Lindsay won multiple gold medals in, so it's very familiar to him as well. Just ridiculous ATP on the full sprint. I mean, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, the body control there was amazing. He not only had to run to the side, he had to take an angle slightly backwards to get in front of that ball, hit it to perfection.
And then not smash into the advertising. Ooh, and that redirect goes just wide, and okay. Newman and Irvin starting to just rein it in a little. They've pulled to within 3. Smart timeout from David and Wilson. So they're getting pushed. Will they push back? We'll find out. This is the last semifinal and game number 1. All right, folks, welcome back. There's a good look at Jessie Irvin and Riley Newman digging out of a hole here, Kyle.
Yeah, I think the start of the match, Vivian David was really winning that cross-court pattern with Jessie Irvin. Not necessarily getting an error, but able to find a ball she could attack Riley Newman with. The last few points has flip-flopped a little bit, so we'll see how that plays out the rest of the match here.
And another patient point, and Riley Newman finds a place to jump in, and the lead is down to 2.
Yeah, you're starting to feel that momentum switch sides here. David and Wilson still with the lead. Only 2 points now. Really important for them to close out this game. Newman and Irvin may be on paper the favorites, so if you're the underdog, really want to hold that lead and get off to a good start in game 1.
6-8-1.
That is a great job by Vivian David. Again, starts the fight.
And so smart. She's knowing the grip that Riley Newman uses, knows the location. She's not going to the right hip where he's waiting with that pancake grip. She's trying to go more that left hip, catching that two-handed backhand without getting that extension.
And that's the reverse of most players. So you've got to be smart about who are you playing and what is going on. Quick delay here.
6-8-2.
Okay, ready to carry on. Look over at grandstand where we got McGuffin and Parento playing Ignatowicz and Lindsay Newman. So we got Newmans everywhere. And it is Lindsay Newman and James Ignatowicz up early. And that's a game to 15. So great pickleball all over this complex. Great handle from Jessie Irvin there, because that is a good attack from Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, easy to panic a little bit when you see that flying across the kitchen there, but she held her ground, was able to get that point away from her.
Oh, and a big serve set up a very short return, and what looked like a good opportunity ended when that ball kissed off the tape. So, boy, that 8 has been ominous, and it's been there a long time for David and Wilson. And again, an Ernie from Vivian David sets up the Wilson put away.
Yeah, she's not just playing well right now. She's playing elite and in a lot of different styles. She's able to execute at a very, very high level. Very impressed with her play today.
Oh. Vivian David was dancing behind Thomas Wilson, and we're still playing, folks. Thomas Wilson has the last answer. Remarkable athleticism on a couple of very strange balls off the tape.
Yeah, ultimately able to just
at her.
just dancing around. Thought that point was over, but you never know.
6-1.
Oh, and a missed return from Irvin, and after a lengthy point before that, you never know what the carryover is in the legs. And finally, they're off 8 with a gift. And Vivian David speeds it up, but was ready for the counter.
Yep, you always want to expect that one to come back, and she knows where she's attacking, and she knows the predictable location of that counterattack was already ready for it.
So after being pushed, they've got a game point. Oh my, and Thomas Wilson took a big swing behind Vivian David there. The ball never got there. And then a miss from David, so a second chance to close out game number 1.
6-2.
David goes for the attack, but into the pancake.
Yeah, I think she was trying to get more of the belly button, but again, with that pancake grip, that's such a tiny target. I think she's a little better off in that left hip location.
So Irvin and Newman save a couple game points. Skyhook Irvin. Ernie Wilson, and my goodness, he has definitely been watching his cousin AJ Kohler, who loves to lob. His lobs have been very effective today, Thomas Wilson.
When he's using them at the right times too, so it's fun to watch. Not just the skill set, but the added variety.
And that's pretty from Riley Newman. Just a little off-speed pitch, little roll, little winner.
Yeah, look for Newman to do that a little bit more. I think he's got a lot of respect for Vivian David's counter-punching, but I think that he's going to take a few more chances as this match progresses.
Another ATP this time. David is ready.
Beautifully defended. Point continues.
And then David goes slice down the line. That's going to be a tough ball to get by Riley Newman.
Yeah, I don't love the slice motion. I think it floats just a little bit, and with the body control and the power of that two-hander, I think it normally gives him the time to get over there and hit down on it.
Certainly did there. They're within two. And a cross-court attack. Irvin fends off, and it is 9-10-2.
Receivers, 9-10-2.
To the end, and then you're like buddies tomorrow. Which
I don't think people realize how tough it is to turn that switch on and off instantaneously. They've got a lot of experience doing that because it's still a relatively small community, but certainly some story within the story.
Yeah,
there.
doesn't make it easier. All right, can they tie it up? 9-10. And look who it is. David speeds it up. There's no doubt that kissed off the net just a little bit, though. She'll take it.
Yeah, she's not
game
feel too bad
point
about
number
that one.
3. This one comes at 10-9. Oh, and a big swing from David goes deep. So 4th chance to close it out.
10-9-2.
And a missed dink from Wilson, and there was no pressure on that at all.
Yeah, he's pretty frustrated with himself. Hasn't given a lot away yet, but definitely not the time for an unforced error from his perspective.
Big rip from Irvin catches the tape.
And she was right on it. Probably hit it clean, but every now and then that darn tape just gets in the way.
9-10-2.
Second chance to tie it up. Oh no, and a missed dink from Irvin. So game point number 5.
Newman trying to build up Irvin after that miss. Knows that they're still right in this if they can play a couple of big points here.
Oh no, and an aggressive Ernie on a very low ball from Wilson. Maybe trying to do just a little too much. 6th chance. Oh my, and a medium pace drive, and that happen when you're switching and not switching back and forth. Irvin's certain that Riley's taking this one, and unfortunately Riley was certain that Jesse was taking it. I mean, this ball is not going that fast and is in by 2 feet. If that's what it takes to win it, Wilson and David aren't apologizing.
They'll take it.
Can they get that sorted out? We'll find out after this. All right, folks, we are back. There's a good look at Vivian David and Thomas Wilson, all the positivity from them, and they got, I know the holiday season has passed us, but that's one of the largest gifts on a game point in a semi you will ever see right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you're always looking for with new partnerships. They're individually elite players, but you're still learning how your partner moves around there, which balls are yours, which balls are theirs, and they really would like to have that last one back.
Oh my, I think Thomas Wilson gets that if Vivian David isn't in his way.
Yeah, they're both have no idea where their partner is. They're just trying to scramble and anybody get a paddle on it. Beautiful shot by Newman there.
And you just got to keep an eye on Thomas Wilson. We know what happened earlier. Does a big sprint like that, I have no idea, trigger anything? We hope not. Just wicked finish there. Check the ball.
Yeah, the ability to kind of hook his first attack when it was a little bit lower, gets a little bit of a higher ball, and completely crushes and flattens that one out.
Oh, and the dreaded HTP instead of the ATP hit the post. And
from my vantage point, it did look like the angle was going to open up. He just didn't seem to let that ball just get low enough to open up that angle.
Yeah, let it travel, folks. Let it travel. Get those miles for the ball. Riley Newman's everywhere, but oh, just wide. So some very athletic points to start this game number 2, and a good start for Newman and Irvin. Wow, they got away with complete miscommunication there, right back in it. And a missed backhand dink from Thomas Wilson. So 3 quick ones for Irvin and Newman. Now we saw them earlier. They lost game 1 to the Johnsons and then came back and all the way and won. So they have dug out of a 1-game hole today.
Yeah, they both have so much experience. They're both extremely intelligent players. I expect them to make adjustments and have a very tight game here in game number 2 here.
What a rally behind the back. Oh, that won't go over for Thomas Wilson. And a lot more offense we're seeing here from Jessie Irvin.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you notice game 1, she took very few chances of keeping Thomas Wilson honest and going at him. She's looking to do a little bit more of that, looks like, here in game 2, and it's working out.
Yeah, and I think when they were on the odd and she was playing the other side, and we saw on that last point of game number 1, little uncertainty. They seem a lot more settled in, and obviously a hot start for them. It is not hot on the court, though. Look at our referees, Laura and Howard, out there. Full coats, long pants, because, as I mentioned, once we need the lights, obviously you can tell a couple things. Number 1, temperature going down, the ball's going to play faster, and we heard Annalie Waters last night, Kyle, talk about the visibility difference as well.
Yeah, I think, in addition to the ball playing a little bit faster, everybody's dealing with the lights a little bit. So it kind of does make sense if it's in your arsenal to play a little bit faster, take a few more chances, and be a little bit more bold as your opponents are struggling with some of those conditions.
So, Wilson and David have been kind of being able to play loose. The scoreboard's been their friend. Yes, it got very tight at the end of game number 1, but now they have a 4-point deficit. Now, obviously, as you can see, David clapping her paddle, they're camaraderie isn't going to be affected. We'll see if their play is. And there's nothing you like better than hitting a very below average return and getting a third missed after it.
Yes, makes you feel like a genius for when you call the timeout. See if they can build on it here.
Just caught over there. That was close there. And again, David sped it up.
Yeah, and for the majority of the match, that's been a winning pattern for, and didn't seem to be hit very clean from Newman, but he was able to catch the line.
Great hands from Jessie Irvin, and now we get a come on and a fist pump from her. She was very docile in game number 1, so now we're seeing a little more aggression and some decibels to go with it. Paddle clank there in the middle, and just a touch of frustration from David. Not really, but just like, we need to get this roped in here. It's going to be quick. Oh, and the ATP just wide from Vivian David, and it is 6-zip.
Yeah, they've got to tighten it up pretty quick here. Game 2 is getting away from them at the moment. Got to get back to what they were doing in game 1.
And there's Jessie Irvin with the shot and the yell to go with it, and she's a different player here in game 2.
Yeah, we talked about the need for her to take some chances. Beautifully set up there, and I think she feels she needs that energy. It's why she's getting a little bit louder out here.
And now she's driving the ball and setting up Riley Newman, and this is a complete 180 from game number 1. It is snowman 0 here.
And there's a few different ways to get your partner involved. You know, one is making balls, but the other is taking some calculated chances, especially when you've got a partner like Riley Newman with those elite hands.
And a no-look Riley Newman Tui wins it after an amazing reset clinic in the middle of that from Vivian David. And boy, the second seed looks fantastic right now.
Yeah, they've got it all rolling right now. We'll see if they can keep it going.
And there's another vicious winner from Riley Newman, and it is 10-0.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. At this point, if you're David and Wilson, you're just trying to find some rhythm, get back into those patterns, and to maybe carry over into a probable game 3 here.
And, I mean, untapped violence right there. Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the bigger finishes you'll see, and that was with extreme angle. So it's a lot of talent and a very lively arm on Mr.
Yeah,
Wilson.
because as we mentioned, it's only 20 feet wide, and he's standing around the middle of the court. And to find that angle with that pace, that's impressive. So can they get the ball back? Second chance to put the pickle on the board. That's when your opponent gets 0. Answer is no as it relates to that. So 2 chances at 10-zip go away.
So again, if David and Wilson can just get a point or 2 here, just get a little bit of positivity to carry into the likely 3rd game, I think that's going to really suit them well.
Thomas Wilson stares down Riley Newman, who was spinning all his tricks there.
Yeah, and it didn't just take one shot. He had to hit several good counters, but able to get the better of Newman there in that exchange.
Smiley, Vivian David trying to mount a comeback. And the basketball stars used to going up and getting things above his head. Riley Newman, impressive. Just caught the middle line. And Wilson gets tagged as Newman is absolutely more of a threat here, and it's partly because of the play of his partner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Irvin's a little bit more confident. She's being a little bit more aggressive, and like I mentioned earlier, she's setting Newman up in different ways.
And not the finish that Vivian David wanted there. They were in a huge hole anyway, so they did get a couple, so they don't have a 0 up there, but it is going to take game 3. Why not? Tremendous pickleball here at the Hyundai Masters at Mission Hills Country. All right, everybody, welcome back. It's Miller time on the scoreboard. I'm sure some of you at home are hopefully enjoying a delicious Miller Lite yourself. We're enjoying some delicious pickleball here, and what an adjustment from Irvin and Newman to come back and absolutely throttle a team that was on fire in game number 2.
Yeah, it's been the tale of 2 games. Fitting that we're going 3 here. We've talked about how much is on the line. This is a championship Sunday berth. This is a big deal. Comes down to this game here. Who's going to execute?
And again, some miscommunication on, I think Irvin thought Newman's going to come just destroy that and didn't show up.
Yeah, she was expecting him to pinch middle a little harder. They're still working on some of the bugs.
Okay, that one they let go was well out. So
0-0-2.
Again, we'll switch sides at 6. And David was ready to take a swing at that and got the paddle out of there, and they're smiling about that.
She listened to her partner. Easier said than done.
Riley Newman is everywhere, but he's not there. So Thomas Wilson looking very fit here. Already into game 3. We haven't seen any sort of message that maybe we're going to see a repeat of what took place in the quarter when he was struggling.
Yeah, it's been great to see.
Sky lob. Another one. That stays in. And after a very bizarre point, it is a speed up from Riley Newman that gets the ball back.
Yeah, David's dink just floated just a little bit. Riley, with that long reach, was able to initiate that attack and ultimately put it away.
0-2-1.
You can just rewind what you said a second ago and play again, and that is exactly what happened again, and Newman's pouncing.
Had a little deja vu there.
Yes.
1-2-1.
Oh my, and Irvin may have hit a ball that was going deep there after a nice setup from Newman. We'll never know.
Well, yeah, a little bit unlucky for them. Looked like Newman got a weaker counter punch, which he was looking for, but it just came to an awkward location for them as a team.
Viv is having a discussion with herself back in the corner after a just gloriously played point. Fired it right into the Newman paddle.
Yeah, earlier on in the point, she had her first attack. She jammed him. They were able to get back to neutral. The second attack, unfortunately, we've talked about that tunnel to the pancake forehand, which normally does not work out.
Newman tried to send his willpowers over to the Irvin ball, but that's not the way it works.
Tried to channel it to his partner, but that's
you know, just it's got to be him, or I believe it is familial. So Lindsay has that as well. But okay, 2-2 game 3, second chance at a semifinal. Here we go. And Thomas Wilson now stepping up and pressing the pace a little bit himself.
Yeah, love his footwork, love his movement. That's a really encouraging sign to see where he's at physically.
That's a beautiful finish, sort of inside out. That is a perfect ball for folks at home to watch. You can finish with a lot less pace if you go there.
Well, you talk about aiming at people's feet. I believe he hit right on that left foot, so precision accuracy from Mr. Newman.
Yeah, a little discussion from David and Wilson again about the location of the drive from Wilson. Had a chance there, didn't take advantage. Still have the lead. So that's 3 points in a row. They've brought it into the middle, and that's what Riley wants you to do.
Yeah, no, 100%. If you're going to attack, I think they were much more effective in game 1, going back behind him or right into the body occasionally, but he leans middle with that short, compact forehand motion.
Oh my, and David fought off a couple just bombs at her and then can't handle the last one. And big deep breath from Jesse Irvin here, trying to find it.
Yep, points are getting more and more important as the match progresses.
Oh, and Wilson caught moving and overhits the 2E there, and suddenly that early lead for David and Wilson is gone, and they're going to call timeout and think about it.
Well, you can see how tough it is to not just hit a good counter, but place the counter. He tried his best to go back behind Newman, wasn't able to convert.
So, who's going to get to the finish line? We'll find out after this. There it is again into the Riley Newman forehand, and Irvin and Newman will switch with the lead at 6-3. So Kyle, you're up 3-1, and now you're down. So let's talk about what's coming up on the PPA Tour. Oh my goodness, so much goodness all year long. So we will go to the JW Marriott Desert Ridge on February 3rd. That'll be live on Tennis Channel and tennischannel.com. Stay out there. In between's just this little football game called the Super Bowl out in Phoenix. So there's a lot going on in Arizona. The week before that is Major League Pickleball as well. So a whole bunch of pickleball in Arizona. Then we'll come see. I just said hello to you guys in Florida. We're going to come out there on March 9th. we will be at Pictona, and then, hello, Texas. Down in Austin, another beautiful invited club. So what a slate.
Yeah, if you're a big-time pickleball fan, I think we've just given you your itinerary here. Spend about a month down in the Phoenix area, plenty to do. Travel with us over to Florida and just, hit all the spots.
Yeah, and it's fun to see all these players are going to be in Major League Pickleball as well. So you have that rivalry going on here as well. All right, 6-3 game number 3. Who is going to have the chance to face off with the top seed, Ben Johns and Annalie Waters, in the final?
Another great timeout as they're able to get the side out right away.
And Thomas Wilson ramping it up right there.
Loving his footwork and his body control right now. That's when he plays his best, when he's moving and kind of flowing out there.
Ooh, just, if that wasn't wide, it was on the edge of the line there. Okay.
Very fair call
Yes.
by Vivian David. She's smiling it off here.
Oh my, and Thomas Wilson got what he wanted and wasn't able to finish it.
Yeah, he played with fire a little bit, trying to speed up the middle, but he did surprise Newman just enough, and he wasn't able to straighten out his recounter there.
Little skip on the way as David thought she missed her return deep.
That little hop, skip, and a jump might be getting contagious.
Yeah, so that was
taking a page out of Newman's book.
Yeah, that was the reverse, though. She threw the brakes on. Usually Newman's trying to urge it forward. Okay. Awkward from Irvin, but we're still playing. And it is Thomas Wilson's forehand who sneaks in on a dink that just sailed a little deep.
Yeah, and look at the acceleration and the paddle speed. When he goes for that attack, it's not a long swing, it's a shorter swing, but it is a very fast, quick motion.
Second serve.
Good leave there, and again, the athlete that is Riley Newman, to be able to get to that ball and do a lot of damage. That's impressive ball from him. And Irvin grinds out the dink rally there, and she talks about it all the time. I'm going to make balls. I'm going to make balls all day long. Well, now is the time to do that. She did it on that point. Can she continue?
Yeah, that's her comfort zone, staying in that cross-court dinking pattern and, making opponents adjust to her.
And didn't make the ball there, so it's a battle of wills to the finish line here. Both guys are going to try and get the offense going, and both ladies are going to find a way to make their difference. Irvin speeds it up, and Wilson says thank you.
Yeah, we talked about the need for her to find offense a little bit more often, but that being said, that's not her natural game, speeding up off the bounce. She's going to have to find a good balance between the two.
But speeding it up out of the air, on the other hand, wicked.
Yeah, she has the full green light there, absolutely.
4-6-2.
Plenty of put-away power.
Irvin was straddling the sideline there, just ready with a two-handed backhand, but Wilson had enough pace.
Yeah, it came where she expected, but you're right. He just overwhelmed her with how well he hit that two-handed counter himself.
And thanks to the net court, Vivian David finishes down the middle, and we are tied up at 6.
6-6-2.
And for a few points there, they did not challenge the middle on Newman, and just as it was getting tight, they went right back there.
You know, it's so tough from Vivian David's perspective. That ball was high enough to attack. She thought, okay, I can really rip this with power, but she forgot about that location that's been working so well for her, and she found that pancake forehand, unfortunately.
Good spin attack there from Riley Newman, and they had been stuck at 6. They had switched sides and not scored. They finally do. So 7-6-1. Same shot, same result. Only this one stays in all the way there instead of getting a miss from Thomas Wilson. And that's 2 beautiful balls in a row from Riley Newman at crunch time.
Yeah, he's really perfected that shot. He just brushes up the ball at the last second. It gets on your opponent quickly, but all that topspin keeps it in the court.
So they're within 3. Can they get the 3, or will it be David and Wilson getting 5? Don't go anywhere. We'll have it after this. Okay, welcome back. Both teams can see the finish line. Who's going to get there? It is Vivian David and Thomas Wilson who have called timeout here. They got it to 6 apiece, and now we are at 8-6. Jessie Irvin, you see there, ready to serve. And Riley Newman is everywhere. Tried to sneak one behind him, and he's so quick, able to cover that sideline. He has been absolutely money here at the end of game 3, 9-6. What a get from Irvin. Oh, but that one sails deep, so some tremendous defense all around, but can't get the last one, so 9-6-2. Riley Newman with an unbelievable ATP, and it is Jessie Irvin who hits the ball that creates the error, and they are sitting on match point, get to Sunday point. And Unfortunately, it is a miss from Thomas Wilson. And what an impressive run for David and Wilson, but it ends here in the semifinals. And I'm telling you, Riley Newman and Jesse Irvin took their best level and went up 2 more levels. That's what it took to get to Sunday. Really impressive finish for those two.
Yeah, the quality of the pickleball throughout that match, the adjustments that were made by each team. Super entertaining match. Excited to see Irvin and Newman compete on Sunday.
We'll talk to the winners after this.
Well, welcome back one last time to Championship Court, where Jesse Irvin and Riley Newman are headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, that was an incredible match. It came down to the wire through 3 games, hard fought. How did you pull it off?
Well, it was tough. I mean, it was 6-all in the 3rd game, and it was almost just like who wanted it more. Both teams played really well. Kudos to Thomas. I don't know if anyone saw that today, but Thomas was battling through health conditions, and surprisingly enough, he was still here today battling and grinding, so a lot of respect for Thomas. We were just able to get a few more points, and we got it done today.
Well, guys, like many teams out there, you are debuting a new partnership. Talk about the strategy of coming together and learning about each other's games as a team.
Yeah, I think the most important part is just communication, just talking through things and, you know, trying to figure things out. And even though it's a new partnership, you know, we both fight hard and we both want the same thing, which is to win. So we communicate, we talk all the time. If things need to change, we change. And, you know, we're there for each other through the tough moments, and we stay positive, we fight hard. So it works out.
Well, guys, it is a big year for pickleball and a big year for both of you. What are some of your goals for 2023?
Well, I think right now I'm ranked number 2 overall. I would love to move up 1 more spot. That's me personally. I want to get to that number 1. But honestly, I would just love to keep competing, keep